Hello, hello. Audio jungle. Probably get started a little bit early this time. Just 5 minutes early.
Yeah, might as well.
Man. Guys, it's
Man,
it's here.
indeed.
The horse is here, Peter.
It's true.
Okay, both of our audios sound good. I can't believe it, man.
The horse is here, and so too are we. Well, actually, the whole reason we're here is because somebody didn't show up on a horse. But that's aside from the point.
My goodness, what a long ride it's been. I suppose we can do all the reminiscing once it's actually over, though.
Yeah, there'll be time for that on other streams, or at the end of this one, depending on how long it takes us to get there.
But, let's do our little recap that we've always done. What happened last time? Everything happened last time, yeah.
Yeah. A lot and a little. Things are exploding on the Golden Land. They tried to trick Erika, succeeded in tricking her for a little while, but not long enough because Goda blew up the spot.
Of course it was Goda. Out of everyone,
Yep.
they just had to do him dirty one last time.
Yes.
And for good reason, because it's Goda.
Yep. Then Lambda Delta, out of the kindness of her heart, took Ange and Battler to the City of Books to retrieve the key that Bernkastel had taken from Ange, where Avatris had gotten rid of the Guardian Cats and also guided them to the book, or to the key.
She's always going to be on Anja's side.
Always has been.
Always
Get it
will
twisted.
Be, always has been. Get it twisted.
Then just when they were almost there, that's when Goda blew up the spot, so one of the cats came back and Burner was like, "We got trouble."
Yep.
Bernkastel was like, "What?" And then sent out hordes of cats to go find the infiltrators. Found Lambda, who put up a defense for Ange and Battler.
chose to fight.
Yeah. And fight she did.
Became the GOAT.
Yep. She sucked up everything in a black hole and then attacked with firework candy.
Yeah. We got to see an actual fight between the two... I was almost going to say titular characters, but they're not at all.
No, not
the
at all.
two protagonists of Higurashi.
The two Voyager
Post-Higurashi.
witches. Yeah.
And then,
And...
Battler and Anja supposedly got to the room. That's where we
Indeed.
left off.
Big ol' room.
Yeah.
They
Two
still gotta go
baseball
get it.
field room.
There was an issue with the seal on the key where,
Yes.
like, it was only going to dissipate an hour after being activated.
Yes. And
They don't know.
Oh my god.
Oh
music.
gosh. They don't know when Avatris last activated it. So they got some time.
Lambda's holding her off.
and- Yep.
They just gotta get the key and pop out of there with that little, what was it that Lambda gave him? She gave him a little...
A shard. A fragment.
So that with the power of a Voyager Witch, they can return to the Golden Land and be like, neener, 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 we have the key, stop fighting.
Exactly. And all the meanwhile, in 1998, Hachijo Toya is getting ready to...
Reveal.
Well, actually not. But quote-unquote Hachijo Toya is about to pop off the
Hachijo
Ava's
Ippuko,
diary.
as we now know.
Yeah.
But, as we also know, supposedly right before that conference in 1998, according to the servants, Hachijo Toya, or Toya-sama, woke up. So perhaps there's still a chance for someone to intervene in 1998 as well.
Yeah. So we'll see. That's where we are.
Without further ado, hello Onklin. Welcome to the final stream. Glad to have you here. Let's get into this last stream of Umineko.
Yeah.
Ava had broken the magic circle around the key beforehand, after all. By the time Battler and Anja reached it, it was falling apart like sand in an hourglass. Well, I guess that solves that problem. They tried punching and kicking it to make it break faster, but nothing they did hastened the process. They would.
Yeah.
It looks like she broke it a while ago, but it'll probably take some time before it's gone.
Just a bit longer, I think. If we could just buy time for 5 minutes. Judging by the speed the magic circles were crumbling and the general appearance of the whole scene, it looked like it would be over soon. However, right now, could even 5 minutes be considered soon? They turned around. She's got it covered! Beyond the bookshelf ravine was a universe. Even for Battler, who had seen Beato's fights many times over, the battle between Lambda Delta and Bernkastel was so mind-defying that he couldn't think of a single word to describe it. When he finally managed to find a word, it was a universe. That's 2 words, Battler.
Nuh-uh.
Each time a battle between Lambda Delta and Bernkastel unfolded, a universe was created between the pair of them. Hey, it takes 2. Big bangs would take place. Universes would be created. Galaxies beyond number would be born and erased. Then, just when it seemed that a big crunch had occurred and that the universe had met its demise, there would be another big bang, and another universe would be created. It was like watching gods playing. The 2 witches created and destroyed worlds over and over again, almost as though 2 creators were fighting to prove that their universe was the right one. If you let your guard down in the slightest, then just watching this would steal your soul. That's how it felt. Hey, it's the thumbnail.
Yeah. They stole my thumbnail.
We'll be able to get the key back any second now. Then it'll be possible to go back to the Golden Land with the fragment Lambda Delta gave us, right?
Go back as soon as you get the key. I can't leave Lambda Delta on her own. Battler, I think you're gonna be a little in over your head, bud. You may be a territory lord, but you're not Bernkastel. You're not.
You're going to jump into that fight?
I can't leave her on her own. Their fight may defy common sense. However, they're perfectly and evenly matched. So, if anyone jumps in, even a single weak human like me, something might break. Okay, fair enough reasoning, I suppose. Perfect balance maintained by 2 great powers can easily break by adding even a single strength to one side. However, actually rushing in there to add that little bit of strength would be literally suicidal. Like a moth flying into a furnace. It might burn up before it even reaches it. Once you get the key, go straight back to the Golden Land. We don't know how long they can hold out, remember? Hey, if everyone in the Golden Land survives, Beatrice can just revive Battler.
I can't go back alone. Not when everyone is fighting.
That's right. This is your fight. So fight. I know you regret not dying with everyone else, but you've got to overcome that feeling and live in the future. That's what you decided to do, right? Ange had no words to respond with. Her brother and everyone else would probably die. So she wanted to die in the same place and at the same time as everyone else. However, that could not be allowed, and she mustn't wish for it. She had already made up her mind. She had sworn to live in the future without turning back to look at everyone's deaths. Jesus, the music. When you get back to the Golden Land, show the key to Beato. Beato will show you the 2 doors. Then she'll give you an easy puzzle and tell you to open one of them. That's the last game on my game board.
2 doors.
Of the 2, one will lead you to the future. Don't worry. I'm sure you won't choose the wrong one now. Also, once you go through it, don't turn back until the door closes.
Why can't I turn back?
When the door closes, you won't be able to see our fate anymore. In other words, we'll be shut inside the cat box.
A fate inside a cat box. As endless truths.
That's right. We might have lost pathetically, or we might have made a miraculous comeback and survived. In other words, if you, the Witch of the Future, are sent into the future without witnessing the end of our conflict, we'll still have a chance at victory. However, if you keep on looking at us, you'll see when we get annihilated. That'll put the odds of our defeat at 100%. So to give us a miraculous victory, you must not turn back once you go through that door. Got it?
Yeah.
So, I'll go and help Lambda Delta. If you go back to the Golden Land after seeing me walk off like a hero, that's how my story will end for you.
The end of your battle will be sealed in the cat box, so you certainly won't lose.
Exactly. So don't look back. You'll have the key soon. You've got to go back to the Golden Land like your life depends on it. So real quick, I have one message for the you of the future. Don't forget it, and engrave it into your heart.
Okay. Okay.
No matter what happens, never abandon the hopes that keep you alive. All of us are always behind you. If you just believe, we can even speak to you. Believe it. If one thing is certain, it's that miracles happen when you believe. At that moment, Lambda Delta and Bernkastel were wrapped in a massive explosion. Surely, one of them had delivered a powerful blow. And there were no further explosions, so that strike must have decided the match. When the smoke clears, who will be left standing? The magic circle sealing the key still needed several minutes to dissolve.
Are you still there, my beloved Lambda Delta?
All that came into sight was Bernkastel. There was no answering voice from Lambda Delta. If this was a sign of her victory, it did not cause Bernkastel's expression to grow any brighter.
Too bad, Lambda. And I thought we'd be able to build a universe together. It's too bad. Really too bad.
Bernkastel was still focusing all her nerves on the battle. So, she took no notice of Battler and Ange by the key. However, she would probably notice soon, and then there would be nowhere to run. The last section of the magic circle was starting to fade away. However, almost cruelly, the final circle went slower than the rest. Seeing that, any hopes it would dissolve in a minute or maybe a few dozen seconds were crushed absolutely. Battler readied himself. Well, this fight probably won't work out as well as the last one. But it looks like I'm up now.
Oni-chan?
You're great, Ange. I'm proud that you didn't try to stop me. With tears still pouring down her face, Ange lovingly rubbed her cheek against the hand that had been patting her head.
I've got to gather the kitties again. I thought Battler would be with her, but I don't see him for some reason. After all, one guy like him would be about as annoying as a pebble in my shoe.
The smoke cleared completely, and they saw a huge cloud of candy bits floating around, like it was Lambda Delta's corpse. A star-shaped cookie bounced off Bernkastel's head. It was missing one of its points, giving it a lonely feeling.
Lambda Delta, live with me. We'll become a single universe, with you inside me.
Bernkastel chewed the cookie and swallowed it.
This way, we'll always be together. I love you, Lambda.
This should be me either way. Me too, Bern.
Bernkastel's stomach suddenly swelled like a balloon. Oh, great heavens! The bulge rose from her stomach to her throat, then exploded like a firework from her mouth. From Bernkastel's mouth spewed fireworks, sparks, fragments of candy. She got
You really
the
should fix-
fake out.
Yeah, man.
You really should fix those habits you've had since you were a cat. Here's a hint. If you find a piece of candy lying on the ground somewhere, don't pick it up and eat it.
Dang! Epilepsy warning.
Candy-lepsy.
Bernkastel doubled over even more, still spitting up an exploding firework. The birth of a small universe from that sweet had hit her directly from the inside of her stomach. Even Bernkastel couldn't withstand that. Battler right now being like, oh thank God.
Yeah.
As Bernkastel repeatedly vomited fireworks so violently that it seemed her guts would spill out, her body flickered in and out of existence, and she glared at Lambda Delta with a terrifying expression. Her body was flickering because she had taken... It's off the page. Because it had taken so much damage that even maintaining her form was now difficult. The text is having trouble maintaining its form.
How slovenly, Burn. Born. Your body's falling apart.
Lambda!
I sort of felt like losing for a bit, but I changed my mind. If I became a single universe with you, you wouldn't whisper to me of your love anymore.
True. I'm not the type to give food to a fish I've already caught.
I know. That's why you shine so beautifully. You'll lead someone on, but never actually dote on them, just like a proud queen of cats.
I'll turn you into a cardboard box and make you my scratching post.
And I'll make you a shamisen, get bored after plucking one string, and then put you in a cupboard and let the dust pile up on you.
The goat tsunami had swallowed up everything. Oh yeah, that's what happened last year. But sea spray was still flying about. The reefs resisted the ocean that was trying to cover them, and were smashing waves left and right. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory and the Inquisitors of Heresy specialized in close-range combat and were rapidly building a mountain of corpses. The witches fought hard too, but they would have preferred to fight at a distance if they could. Illusions alone wouldn't be enough. In these battle conditions, all of the humans were thrust right into the center of the fight. Everyone in the Ushiromiya family displayed a fighting spirit equal to the witches and guarded their backs. Even humans are not powerless. They have guns.
I almost said something really stupid.
What?
I almost said, wow, it's almost like this is a game of chess.
Both forgot about the premise of the game.
Yeah.
If the goats supported fantasy, they could use these as the ultimate anti-magic weapons. If the goats supported mystery, they could use these in a much more obvious way. Those 45 long Colt bullets delivered fatal wounds to each and every goat they struck.
Just die already! How long are you going to resist? Give up and sink, Ushiromiya!
Telling an Ushiromiya to sink makes him fight all the harder! Little girl, you have no idea what the Ushiromiya family is!
Did they give Maria a gun? Oh no, I suppose she's a witch, isn't she?
Yeah.
You were dead even before 1986, weren't you? It's about time you stopped moving, Gramps!
Erika's razor-sharp scythe buried itself in Kinzo's chest. It dug straight into his heart, but the daring smile on Kinzo's face didn't even falter.
Oh. Was my death ever witnessed by anyone outside the cat box?
Hit her, Kinzo!
I am indestructible. Indestructible!
I didn't mean it literally, but okay. A punch containing the entirety of Kinzo's last spark of life sent Erika flying.
Father, are you okay?
Overcome my corpse! The Ushiromiya family never turns back!
Holy moly.
Fitting.
Yet another beautiful CG at the end.
Yep.
As Erika tried to deliver the finishing blow, Kraus stepped in between them, blocking the way. Put on your boxing gloves, Erika. I will be your opponent in Father's place.
Oh, if it isn't the incompetent investing expert. It's pretty impressive how you managed to find all the worst bets, losing your money so quickly.
And yet, even I remember to tie my shoes.
No, don't.
Huh?
Don't hit her with it. Wow. Erika tried to look down at her feet, but what she saw was Kraus's left fist. Wow. Kraus hit her with the fake out.
That's so funny.
Kraus's left uppercut made Erika float in the air. Not by magic, but by simple laws of physics. Yeah, we're just gonna beat up a little girl. Wait a minute, all the men in the Uchiromiya family. Wait a minute. We can just beat her up.
Yeah.
For an instant, Erika saw the moon. Maybe I was incompetent as an investor. However, any of my college friends will attest to my talent as a boxer. I will not allow you to discredit every part of the Uchiromiya family, little girl.
You damn small fry!
Cattle is an illusion. An illusion created by a lonely Jessica.
At the school festival, I introduced Kanongun to everyone. Saku and Hina and everyone else. All my friends can testify to that. Don't make assumptions about our relationship based on your own imagination.
Oh, her eyes.
Jessica's body blow made the goat's massive body cave in.
Splendidly done, milady. To think that you could wield such power in a tight spot like this.
Well, of course. After all, I'm thinking I don't really care if I die. This is the first time we've worked together with you at my back. Too bad it isn't cutting the cake.
Jessica laughed embarrassedly. She looked even more relaxed than she had on stage at the school festival.
She should have been a boxer like her dad.
True. Oh my god, I never even realized that's where she got it from.
And I wonder where George got his kicking. Well, they already said that one. But anyway. We have plenty to cut here besides cake.
The first time the boxing was mentioned, it was so ridiculous, I wasn't sure if it was actually real that Kraus was a boxer. So,
Yeah. Look, there it is for one more old time's sake.
one last cheese from Jessica.
You always try to sound so cool. That's what I like about you.
The massive bodies that rushed at them, trying to deny their relationship and their very existence, had two choices: be sliced or be struck. Each time one of those bodies hit the floor, it became proof that the two of them existed. Shannon, is it illusion? George is an antisocial shut-in. Their love itself is an illusion and doesn't exist.
George-sama, look out!
The goat's log-sized fist buried itself in George's face. This was the middle of a massive, confused battle. There was no way to dodge an unexpected attack like that.
An antisocial shut-in, huh? Very well. Say what you wish about me.
George had indeed been hit with a fist right to the center of his face. However, he didn't bend over backwards. Not even an inch. The goat started to wonder what it was he had hit. Hadn't he punched a human made of flesh? It was as though he had slammed his fist into a steel wall, and it was his fist that was hurting. However, the goat was too scared to move his fist from George's face. After all, if he did, the expression on that face would probably be too terrifying. George pressed his hand against that fist.
You probably could get testimony from my old classmates from school. Yes, I was an antisocial person. However, there's one more thing that they'll tell you. Something far more important.
George was only grabbing the goat's massive fist in his tiny hand. However, that fist was being crushed as though it had a vice around it. Even though the other hand was tiny, the goat couldn't even move its fist.
Ushiromiya George never fought for himself, no matter what happened to him. He was a coward who ran away from all threats. Everyone will tell you that. However, they won't tell you that he never got into a fight. I accepted the fact that someone as pathetic as me would be bullied. However, never have I let anyone provoke or challenge anyone who treated someone as pathetic as me like a friend!
The goat's broken teeth flew through the air. George's furious feet split the heavens. Shannon approached George for his money and... A goat's filthy finger touched Shannon's back. It's poking her. That finger exploded and boiled away.
My love for George-san is true and pure. George-san must have kept all the letters I wrote him. Read those and you'll have your proof.
You can write anything in a letter. The contents of a letter are no proof to be true of true love. A blazing red light charred the goat's entire body. Shannon slowly turned around, her face full of rage and contempt.
Sorry, I just read what Dugong wrote.
Yeah, no, I read that earlier.
Pitiful spectator, ignorant of love. You have no right to read a mystery, much less a person's heart. Disappear!
An absolute barrier rose up around Shannon, burning up the goats around her with its flames. Uh-oh. Oh. the terrible tube right here.
I'm scared for the goats.
Yup.
Yeah, maybe we are dead. But that doesn't give anyone the right to criticize us. No one can deny the love Maria and Mama shared.
Maria smiled, showing her teeth, and performed her job without even looking at her hands. Then she tossed the fully loaded rifle straight up into the air. Holy moly! We gotta look at this one. Oh!
Yeah, man.
Rosa Umineko, you style on him.
Come and get some.
Rosa, who stood back to back with Maria, caught it without turning around. No, that wasn't all. Maria had passed the gun to her mother perfectly without even looking back. Rosa's head was pointed at the ground as she stroked the frigid trigger with her index finger.
If any of you doubt my love for my daughter, step forward.
The crowd of goats, cowed by Rosa's ferocity, didn't get any closer to her.
Then I'll deny it. Being the serial cheater you were always off playing around with some man and leaving Maria all alone.
Nothing like that is written anywhere in Maria's diary.
You should know better than anyone else. Rosa didn't love you. She was a crappy mother who regretted even giving birth to you.
Erika was... Oh, holy moly. Erika was peering at the unfeeling moon, the taste of metal in her mouth. For a moment, she didn't realize what was happening. Was that cold feeling on her back the ground? Huh? Why am I lying down? And wasn't the moon full? Why isn't it now? Come to think of it, my teeth hurt. There's something cold and hard there. Then, she figured it out. She was lying sprawled on the ground with a gun barrel shoved into her mouth. And the thing splitting the moon was the angry king of wolves protecting its child. The gun barrel exploded inside her mouth, shattering her medulla oblongata. But it was only her afterimage.
What a terrifying woman you are. Are you really human?
Erika, who had escaped death at the last moment by leaving an afterimage, found a metallic flash right before her eyes, which had been there even before she reappeared. The fountain pen went right through Erika's eye, crushing it. Of course, that was another afterimage. However, when Erika escaped and reappeared somewhere else, a heel was already there waiting for her. From the goat's perspective, several afterimages of Erika seemed to be appearing at once, all of which were pierced by Rosa at the same time.
If you say that again, I'll have to get serious.
Mama's really strong.
What the hell?
And so, Erika couldn't reappear anymore. At the very least, not within Rosa's range of attack. Erika put a lot of distance between her and Rosa, reappearing in midair.
What are these people? What the hell? Ugh.
Erika's animal instincts made her turn her head slightly to the side just in time. Where her head used to be, there was an odd shower of sparks. It wasn't magic. It was a real physical phenomenon caused by lead smashing against lead. To think that two bullets shot from different angles could have flown with impossible precision at where her head once was, so that both of them hit and bounced off each other like billiard balls.
Oh, so close.
Sorry about that. We're big fans of the whole take out the boss first strategy, you see.
Clay pigeons are our specialty. Flying along in a straight line probably isn't a good idea.
The two of them spun their rifles in exactly the same way at exactly the same time, reloading them in a manner that put old westerns to shame, then pointed them back up at where Erika was in the sky.
You monsters!
Once again, their accurate shots plunged through the foreheads of Erika's afterimage, bouncing off each other like billiard balls with a shower of sparks. Holy moly! This time, Erika appeared far behind them. She had to admit it. She had been forced to escape to a place outside the range of those guns fired by humans. Then, the light from the moon was blocked. The place she had fled to so rapidly exploded, sending chunks of rubbish flying. A massive long sword had been plunged into the ground. No. No! It was Dylanor's.
Oh,
The ever so rare friends to enemies.
if it isn't my old friend.
She had dodged by a hair, but this bulky, brutal longsword was more of a cannonball shaped like a sword than something for cutting with. Even though she dodged it, the blast of air pressure made her eardrums throb. Dylanor was serious. She seriously intended to smash Erika to bits.
What's with the scary face? Can't you try and act a bit, I don't know, cuter?
Do you find this enjoyable? Destroying people's dreams and illusions?
Of course it's enjoyable. What do you expect an intellectual rapist to do?
You are an evildoer. And yet, I used to believe you were the sort of evil worthy of sympathy.
I never asked for your sympathy.
Not cutting you down immediately upon our meeting. That sin of mine is what brought this day to pass.
Dillinore's hair bristled with rage. Her hair? The sight of this expression on one of her old friends pinned Erika to the spot.
My friend, allow me to free you before you can suffer. I will not let you bear any further sins.
Whoa, wait.
The force of anger that welled from Dillinore's whole body struck Erika. Or rather, the swirl of blasting wind from Dillinore's massive longsword sent her flying. The cannonball with a blade repeatedly cracked the ground after Erika just leapt away. So it almost looked as though Erika was jumping backwards, smashing the earth beneath her with each jump.
Dillinore?
Friend of mine, rest in peace.
The great longsword split the air again, pulverizing the ground. However, this time Erika was nowhere to be seen. Where did she escape to? Erika had broken the barrier of the Golden Land, landing on a ship whose bow was barely in sight. Practically speaking, she had run away. Fully aware of this, Erika howled, her face contorted with humiliation. Her shoulders heaved with her breathing, and she even forgot to fix her hair. The scythe fell from her hand and landed with a clank to the floor. That sound brought her back to her senses.
Stupid goats! What are you standing around staring for? Open gun ports! Load concept negation explosive rounds! Disregard aiming procedures, just fire!
The warships that had flown into the Golden Land opened their gun ports one after another, and then they all fired at once in a scattered mess of cannonballs. The hundreds of explosive rounds they fired would negate the concept of anything or person they touched, smashing them into little bits and setting them ablaze with flames. The battlefield full of writhing goats became a fiery hell. Oh no! A cannonball smashed the arbor. The once beautiful garden maze was burned down bit by bit, and the fleeing gold butterflies were wrapped in flames, burning into nothingness like little scraps of paper. This was no longer a battlefield where two sides fought for victory. It was just a confused, hellish pot of boiling water. The Golden Land was being torn apart. The once beautiful rose garden was filled with explosion craters, and its rose petals were scattered without pity. There were flying bits of flesh, blood, fangs, jaws, shrieks, and half-crazed screams. And even amidst this hellish swirl, the goats and the dead continued to fight. As seen from atop the boats, this was hell, without a doubt.
All ships, drop anchors!
When Erika yelled, the goats on the boats ran around frantically. And one by one, massive anchors hanging by chains were thrown from the ship's bows down into the earth below. Those anchors smashed through not only the ground, but the bottom of the Golden Land itself, digging in with their wedge-shaped tips.
Erika! Oh, Beatrice-san. This battle's so huge it had me worried. I thought I might not be able to fight you before the whole thing ended.
Beatrice landed on the front tip of the warship, facing off against Erika, who stood on the bow.
You will not be forgiven. I'll finish you myself right here.
Beato jabbed with her pipe. It transformed into a beautifully intricate golden longsword.
Very well. That's just what I'd hoped for. Let's settle this.
Erika threw her scythe up into the air. When it returned to her hand, it had become a sword similar to Beato's. The nearby goats crowded around Erika, trying to support her.
You stay out of this. All of you need to start lifting the anchors. Tear the Golden Land by its roots.
Aye, aye, sir! The goats bowed and rushed to their posts. Several dozen ships had lowered their anchors, digging into the base of the Golden Land. Soon, they were going to try and pull them up, tearing the Golden Land to pieces.
Come, Erika! I'll give you the honor of my final duel.
Holy moly. There's so much! This...
Yeah, a lot of CGs.
Oh, Beatrice. You fought so hard. Beato raised her sword, bowed in the ancient fashion, and waited for her opponent. Erika kicked off her shoes violently and slowly walked up to the tip of the boat barefoot. Then, in accordance with Beato's rules, she bowed back. It was a duel on the prow of a ship that pierced the sky. You ain't gonna beat an Italian in fencing, Erika. Below, the crowd of goats was being blasted away by indiscriminate cannonballs, burned up and crushed in the panorama of this world's end. Paranormal also works, I suppose. By now, it would be stupid to wonder whether anyone from the Ushiromiya family was still alright. Yes, it truly was the end of this world. The end of the Golden Land, ground to dust, filled with flames. The golden rose garden was burning spectacularly, with bits of fire and golden splashes flying about. The ground creaked as fissures ran through it, through to the base of the Golden Land. All of the ships started pulling up their anchors at once. Crowds of mighty goats used all their monstrous strength to lift them. The anchors that dug into the Golden Land's base spread cracks throughout the entire Golden Land. Not just the ground, but the air itself was filled with cracks, and shards of gold fell down everywhere. The Golden Land's end was adorned with the flames of hell and streaking of gold fragments, with fiery red and ephemeral gold. Atop the boat's prow, Beato and Erika looked down on this, their swords crossed and sparks flying between them.
Now there's one hell of a sight to see. Don't you think it's fitting? A perfect final chapter for your tale. The Golden Land may meet its end. I may perish as well. However, no one can erase the fact that we were here. Ange reached the answer. The Witch of the Future has a mission and hope, and will soon set off on a new journey. We've already succeeded. Too bad for you, Furudo Erika. This battle ends with our victory.
This was a duel between the master of the illusion called the Golden Land and the witch who controlled truth. The earth split behind them. The Golden Land was torn up. The cat box known as the Golden Land was ripped apart, and the nothingness below peeked out through the cracks. The scrambling crowd of goats fell through the gaps and were swallowed by the sea of nothingness. Beato's friends were among them. They helped each other, lent a hand to each other, unwilling to sacrifice anyone until the final moment. Still, what a romantic and fragile illusion is the end of the world. The ground shattered and sank. It fell apart into the ocean of nothingness. None could survive. None could be saved. This was destruction. As the comrades in arms fell into the sea of nothingness, they looked up one last time and prayed. They prayed that the master of the Golden Land would leave proof that the Golden Land had indeed existed. However, Beato didn't look down at them. They wouldn't have wanted her to.
This is our golden land. I am the endless and golden witch Beatrice, and I am here. We may fall, but we will not be defeated. You shall become living proof. I'll carve the proof of our existence into your chest. So long, Beatrice. This marks the end of that stupid, endless game. Fall into hell, you illusion!
Lambda Delta and Bernkastel's fight to the death had passed through its phase as a dynamic clash of fireworks, and was now a clash that was quiet and motionless. These two witches, who possessed power on an entirely different level, may have been truly equal in strength. The battle could only be resolved by mutual consent, if one of them lost interest or found some reason for wanting to lose. Since both were putting their all into the fight without yielding a bit, they were absolutely and completely equal.
Lambda Delta, I'm glad to have you as a friend.
Damn it, just a bit longer. Just fall apart already, stupid magic circle! Battler got irritated and punched the magic circle, but there was nothing he could do except continue to watch over it. After all, the only way to dissolve it was by waiting. However, the pair of them still felt relief, if only a little. Lambda Delta really was strong. Even in a battle this spectacular, she fought on an even footing. No, if you considered how confident each side looked, she seemed to have a slight advantage in Battler's eyes. She would probably manage to buy them enough time. Ange would take the key and return to the Golden Land. They just had to endure a bit longer. However, they had no way of knowing what Lambda Delta's fate would be after this. She had disobeyed the Senate, the highest level witches in existence. Something brutal probably awaited her. However, even knowing this, Ange had to step forward into the future, without looking back. That was the single duty given to her, the Witch of the Future.
Oni-chan? What's that? Something's coming towards us from a long way away.
Huh? Crap. Are they enemy reinforcements? Lambda Delta and Bernkastel were glaring at each other, so they didn't notice. Heading towards them from the distance were several emerald green glints. That light proved that they were enemies.
But there's only a few of them. They won't be a match for Lambda Delta.
All of the cats so far seemed like fish in a school, giving the impression that they'd be terrifying as a group, but not much of a problem by themselves. However, there was something different about the lights approaching them now. They were approaching in a beautiful, ordered formation, like a constellation. Battler quickly realized that this was something new.
My Miko, isn't it about time to prepare the key?
Just by her tone, Battler was able to tell how great a witch this was. The black cats that surrounded her in a graceful and systematic constellation were all wearing large capes with elegant designs. They looked as though great overlords from many worlds had been transformed into cats, leaving only their capes untouched. What Battler imagined was quite true. That was exactly what had happened. These were the overlords from many worlds that formed Featherine's personal guard. Their bodies took the form of cats merely as a sign of respect to their master, who took the form of a human. These were entirely different from the pack of wildcats that served Bernkastel.
Aurora? Oh, is it that time already?
When holding a party, it's important to keep your guests waiting for a fitting amount of time. It is, however, not something I am particularly fond of.
As she said this, her eyes flicked to Lambda Delta. The latter bowed hurriedly. I think I just accidentally started recording. 1 second.
Okay.
Oh no, I didn't. Okay. I must have unbound that from being the recording button. I accidentally pressed 0 on my number pad, and I thought that was my recording hotkey, but apparently it's not. Though Lambda Delta grinned, she was also sweating, her brow furrowed with hesitation. With tension, sorry, not hesitation.
How long it has been, Lady Lambda Delta? It's a pleasure to see you, great Lady Aurora. This is no place to entertain one of your position. Did you get lost on the way to the party? If so, allow me to guide you there myself. That would be an honor, great Lady Aurora.
Featherine Augustus Aurora, the legendary Great Witch. It is said that she surpassed the level of witches, becoming a creator, and that, upon reaching this forbidden plane, she was cursed with a deadly ailment. However, in life, she once turned her pet cat into a witch. They say that this second witch wanders the Sea of Fragments endlessly, searching for any fragment that can revive her master from the pits of death called boredom, if only for a moment. And so, the cat revived her master. Revived the sacred witch who had reached heights none should reach. Just as witches look down at and mock humans from a higher world, calling them pieces on a game board, so she looks down at and mocks the realm of witches from an even higher world, calling them pieces on a game board. If a witch's strength is measured by the height of the world they are capable of reaching, then she was like a witch come back from the realm of the gods, one who had touched the highest, forbidden heights, and survived. Was there any chance of winning against her? No. Lambda Delta was unable to choose either victory or defeat by her own will.
My Miko, would you mind playing with your friend some other time, and getting back to work now? Prepare the key.
Okay.
The simple, naive way cats forget their errand part way is their true charm. Don't you think so, Lady Lambda Delta?
Lambda Delta didn't say anything, but hung her head low. From this position, it seemed that the key's seal would dissolve at any second. However, Bernkastel would probably find Battler and Ange before that. Once they got their hands on the key, they could leave this place immediately. Of course, this was assuming that they did so before Bernkastel and Featherine found them. Bernkastel mustn't be allowed to move from this spot.
Looks like game over, Lambda. I am the Miko of the Great Witch Aurora. You haven't forgotten that the Witch of Theater Going bestows her protection upon her reader Mikos, have you?
Lambda Delta still stood slumped over, without answering. And the Witch of Theater Going gave protection to her reader Mikos. If Lambda Delta attacked Bernkastel, who was Aurora's Miko, then the Great Witch Aurora would follow her contract, prevent what she considered an attack against herself, and respond accordingly.
Let's make a deal.
What kind of deal?
Where is Battler hiding? If you come clean, we'll let all of this slide.
Is the Witch of Miracles afraid of a tiny, little piece like Battler?
It's because I'm the Witch of Miracles. I'll never forget that even a little pebble like him is capable of creating a miracle.
After all, there's a little pebble who got super promoted into a witch of miracles.
I'll ask one more time. Where is Battler? Too bad, Lambda. It looks like that's your answer.
Bernkastel turned her back on Lambda Delta. Then she told her master that she was leaving to prepare the key, and she started swimming towards the key room.
If I let her go any further, she'll find Battler and Ange.
Battler readied himself. This time, it was his turn to become a sacrifice. Even though he was nothing more than a single pebble, he could still put out an eye. A candy firework exploded right in front of Bernkastel.
Lambda, you really are a moron.
Lambda Delta!
Now I've done it. Battler, Ange, the rest is up to you.
The cat overlords changed their formation, becoming a ferocious constellation that surrounded Featherine. Then, each drew the most terrifying of magic circles from their respective worlds and began to chant.
I am slightly confused, both by you, my Miko, and Lady Lambda Delta. What sort of sideshow is this?
It looks like Lambda wants to stop me from going to get the key.
Oh. And what would the point of that be, I wonder? If you still don't get the point, then you must be getting a bit tipsy, Featherine. Looks like you need a pick-me-up.
Lambda Delta bluffed as well as she could. Her fingertips were shaking slightly. Oh, Lambda.
An attack against a Miko is considered to be an attack against her master. You should know this as well as anyone, correct? I know it. Going by that rule, it looks like the two of us are gonna have to fight. Oh. Have I or my Miko caused insult in any way? If so, then please accept my apologies. But could you tell me one thing? I didn't think you had a Miko at the moment. How long have you had one? As for that, I've got a ton of them already. 30 or 40, I think.
That's us! Then, okay.
Maybe even more! I, Lambda Delta, will handle any fight picked against one of my Mikos, no matter who the opponent is. All of them are certain that a happy ending will come. As the Witch of Certainty, I can't abandon people who work hard and believe with certainty like that. I can't say I dislike this tale of yours. It would be worthy of my viewing. However, I am not a spectator at the moment, but a performer. I know that you are my Miko's close friend, so I will give you one warning. Remove yourself from this stage. I will prepare a special seat for you in my audience seating. I've been thinking about which is more interesting, your tale or the one I've been watching. And your conclusion? Battler's tale is 100 times better! Sorry, but I'll be getting Best Supporting Actress this year. Hey, you guys! You better vote for me in the last character popularity contest, okay? At least give me the top 5, got it?
Yes, Lambda Delta, my queen.
Who are you talking to?
As Lambda Delta pretended to joke around, she calmly focused on the one weak point she could see. If she had a chance for a single attack, no 1 in a billion shot at victory existed. It was that horseshoe-shaped memory device floating around Featherine's head. No way! Without that, she couldn't preserve her own existence. I didn't expect the goofy headpiece to actually be important.
Yeah.
Destroying it was impossible. But if Lambda Delta could just jar it enough, she might be able to make it bug out. At least once in the past, Featherine's memory device had been damaged, and her personality and appearance had changed.
Oh, that's her. Okay, yeah.
However, she was aware of that herself, and probably wouldn't let that happen again no matter what.
Very well, Lady Lambda Delta. When you've finished your script, feel free to send it in whenever you wish. The script is simple. Just one line. The fantastic cute Lambda Delta-sama took out the evil mastermind Aurora in a single shot.
Foolish Lambda. I never realized how stupid you were.
The cats need not interfere. I will personally reward Lady Lambda Delta for the courageous tale she has submitted. You will be granted a fitting tale and a fitting ending for your bravery. Featherine Augustus Aurora!
Lambda Delta summoned magical power from her whole body and raised it in a mass above her head.
Forgive me, but
Then, the world's time stopped. Oh no, she's Dio.
your script will not be used. After all,
Rather than time stopping, it was more like the flipping pages of a book had stopped. That's cool. In this motionless world, closely packed letters appeared.
the one writing the rest of the script is me.
It was a tale that had been written up to this very moment.
I guess I'll just say it again as Lambda. No, I'll read it as Featherine since it's got the next text too. Okay.
Featherine Augustus Aurora. Lambda Delta summoned magical power from her whole body and raised it in a mass above her head.
That was where the paragraph ended. In this frozen world, Featherine sat with her arms crossed.
How troublesome.
That's...
It's been so long since I've written a fight scene.
Oh, she's rusty.
How annoying to have to suddenly write up a development like this out of the blue. When I get stuck writing, I try to write in reverse. In other words, instead of starting at the beginning, I will start at the end and go backwards from there. That way, it's easier to set up foreshadowing, and I can write the story with my vision for the end in mind. The only downside is that I have to suddenly start the climax without setting up the story first. In the meantime, I'll start at the end of the fight and go back from there. Lady Lambda Delta, this is where you lose to me and die.
As Featherine said this, words were added to the massive group of letters that filled the frozen world. However, she was starting from the end, so there was a large gap between the new words and the old ones.
So, how will you lose to me? You should probably have a heroic end to suit your bravery. How about this? Lambda Delta gets blasted away by something, slammed against the bookshelf, and her limbs are snapped off as she dies and disappears into the darkness below. Yes, quite a flashy way to go. Good. For now, that's how your final moments will be.
The blanks in the outline Featherine spoke of were being filled up. At the same time, Lambda Delta's figure was wiped out. After crossing her arms and thinking again, Featherine pointed in a random direction. Lambda Delta appeared blasted away by something and slammed spread-eagled against the bookshelf Featherine had pointed at. All her eyes were open now.
Well now, I must write up the fierce battle that leads to this end. But as you can probably tell, I'm a little tipsy at the moment. I'll fill that part in later, when I have some time to go over it nice and slowly. For now, let me off with this. I promise to add in a heroic fight to your liking later on.
Featherine snapped her fingers. Lambda Delta had no idea what was going on. Before she could even blink, she was suddenly here, being slammed against a bookshelf.
What is this?
She couldn't comprehend the something that Featherine had killed her with. However, that was only natural. After all, Featherine herself hadn't decided what the something was.
Is that not like one of
That's-
the craziest powers?
It's so Featherine core, though. It's... However, Lambda... And it's also, like, very sneak peek into, like, the mind of an author. To be like, yeah, I don't know what kills her here, but something kills her. And I don't
Yeah.
have to explain, because I'm the author.
It's beautiful.
However, Lambda Delta did understand one thing. She was already dead. Streams of blood dripped from the corners of her mouth. Then, lines of blood appeared on her wrists and ankles, her elbows and knees. She looked like a marionette doll of herself.
What killed me? Precisely, Lady Lambda Delta. Let me know if you have any good ideas. You monster.
Still pinned against the bookshelf, Lambda Delta let her head slump. Her wrists, ankles, legs, arms, and neck each split into a separate part, and the marionette shaped like her lost its strings, falling into the depths below. Even Lambda Delta's strings got cut. Now surely this was enough time for the magic circle to dissipate on the key, right, Ryukishi?
I hope so.
You know, the magic circle that was gonna disappear at any moment several
the magic
moments
circle
ago.
for Cusco.
Nothing remained. It was all swallowed up by the darkness beneath them.
A monster, she says. Quite a compliment for one such as I.
Lambda Delta.
Anja, don't look. You can't look. Shedding frustrated tears, Anja closed her eyes tight. She must not look. The Witch of the Future must not accept Lambda Delta's defeat. She hasn't kicked it yet. She was brave, and that's all we need to know.
I know, Lambda Delta would never lose.
At that moment, there was a slight sound, and the golden key that hung in the air shook. Grab it now! The seal had finally broken. Battler grabbed at it immediately. However, at exactly the same moment, a magical tremor spread throughout the vast key room. Break that crystal! Get out!
But what?
The tremor.
Seemed to have shaken something inside my pocket. I stuck my hand in and found the fragment that Lady Lambda Delta had given to us to return to the Golden Land had shattered.
Damn it! Lambda's fragment is...
You were so close, too. Now there's nowhere to run. Bernkastel. If Lambda had been a little cleverer, she probably could have bought you 5 more seconds. Then you would have taken that key and escaped to the Golden Land. Looks like the Miko suffers too when their master's a fool.
Oh.
Featherine quietly showed her surprise. To truly surprise her was no easy task. Whoa! Pebble can put an eye out.
Let me see. Oh, yes. This is the last new song. Well, it's not the very last new song we're going to get. But this is another new song. This one is called Last End Conductor.
Wow. All of the little girls are getting punched today. The Witch of Miracles, who boasted that no one could even step on her shadow unless she wished it, fell.
I do love this CG so much.
It's such a good CG.
Even, I really like it out of context because it looks really bad out of context.
Oh. After taking Battler's right fist to her face, she fell. Bernkastel's body immediately split into dust and reconstructed itself in front of Battler, as though nothing had happened. However, she was holding her cheek. She couldn't undo the fact that she had been hit. For the first time in 100 years, she had let someone tread on her shadow without her consent. Her face was gradually filled with shock, and Battler's? It couldn't be seen. His outstretched arm was blocking it, so his expression couldn't be seen.
What?
Take it back.
Take what back?
She didn't let the next strike hit her. Bernkastel vanished like mist, then reappeared a short distance away. However, Battler only missed by a hair's breadth. Not because she had intentionally made that happen, but for real. But
It hurts. It hurts. It hurts.
finally, she truly began to feel the pain of being punched in the face. For too many years, she had forgotten the very concept of pain. Very slowly, it was coming back to her.
It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Ugh!
Bernkastel writhed in anguish, holding her cheek. That feeling, forgotten for centuries, seemed to be hitting home hard. Battler looked at her. Their eyes met. Once again, Bernkastel remembered the emotion she had forgotten for hundreds of years. Does it hurt? The pain you caused by ridiculing my friend is greater than that. And then she shuddered. What Battler saw before his eyes was Bernkastel shuddering for the first time in centuries. To Bernkastel's eyes, it hadn't even looked like Battler rushing at her and punching. It was as though she had been sucked towards where he stood with his furious fist raised. When her eyes had opened wide in terror, Battler's massive fist had been all that she could see. Of course, he wasn't capable of hitting her. Bernkastel was just like a shadow. She dodged by moving instantly and leaving an afterimage, but mere teleportation wasn't enough to escape from Battler's furious pursuit. True, trying to hit Bern was like enviously trying to hit the reflection of the moon on water with a stone. No matter how often you hit it, you can never smash the moon's reflection. However, Battler hit it. And again. Over and over. To prevent the moon from showing on the water's surface again. A fiercely thrown pebble sent ripples across the water's surface. It broke through the moon's reflection, broke through the water's surface itself, leaving even the bottom of the pond bare, breaking through everything. His certain willpower broke through to a miracle. A backwards kick that Battler shot out without even looking behind him split through empty space. In that space, Bernkastel reappeared with a foot in her gut. Take back your insults against our brave friend. The Witch of Miracles fell. For the second time, she fell. Once, it would have been a miracle. Things that happen more than once aren't miracles anymore. Bernkastel understood. Battler was capable of hitting her. Then she fell, was slammed against the floor, got up on her hands and knees, and vomited. She threw up violently over and over. Her face was covered with pain and vomit and tears and snot. Then she looked up at Battler with a furious expression and howled. And she wasn't howling at Battler.
Aurora! Umineko is getting beaten up! What are you standing around watching for? Take him out!
Forgive me, but I am busy writing Lady Lambda Delta's final moments right now. I cannot come to your aid. Why don't you all give her a hand?
Featherine's guard, the cat overlords, now formed a different constellation. Then each drew a magic circle and began chanting.
You know what? Each one of these cats is the final form of a main character, each from a game like yours. Each one acted the main part in their heroic tale, and the story of their bravery was given honor, allowing them to become Aurora's guards. Each one fought for the very existence of their country, their planet, their universe. What about you? At best, you've just been playing around with your little sister and some imaginary witch. These main characters are on totally different levels from you. Eat this and die. Take it to the gut, scum.
Green indeed.
Oni-chan!
Their many spectral magical spells depicted the beginning of a universe, the creation of planets, their destruction and the universe's end, all in an instant. After that, not a speck of dust should have remained. However, when the smoke cleared, there was a person standing there. But he refused. It stood there, with its hands in its pockets, and its head hanging quietly. Its face was in shadows and couldn't be seen.
Oni-chan? What the hell?
Battler seemed to be completely uninjured. Not only were his clothes not burnt, but his hair hadn't even been disturbed.
What the hell? Stupid cats, that didn't work at all.
The cat overlords silently shook their heads, sending a short report to their master.
Endless 9.
What did you say?
It seems that no one can interfere with their tale. Forgive me, my Miko. It would appear that the cats have reached their limit.
And you call yourselves the overlords of many worlds? Weren't you all once the main characters of different game boards? And this is the best you can do? You're pathetic!
The cats knew. From the very beginning. They had known that they wouldn't be able to do anything with him. as the main character of this game board.
My Miko, creating a tale on the game board is a privilege granted only to the Game Master. That has already been established, so I must respect that rule, being the mere writer that I am. I shall return to my position as a spectator.
You useless master!
Battler, I apologize for the insults your friend suffered at the hands of my Miko. And I see that the right to weave your game belongs to you, the Game Master. You shall weave your own game. That is as it should be. However, my Miko is now a Game Master in your game. It seems the two of you open the game board at the same time. It is rare to have two masters for a single game, but this miracle pleases me. After all, I can rest assured that this will make for a proper final game for you both.
Stand up, Bernkastel.
I see. So, you're saying that if two game masters are going to fight, they have to do it by the rules of the game. Why didn't you just say that in the first place?
Bernkastel slowly got to her feet and made her body melt away like mist. Then she reappeared in the air once again, facing Battler.
Very well. I'll fight by the rules of your game board. However, I'm not as easygoing as you all are, so I'll start with a short-tempered, overwhelming puzzle and end this in an instant. Who will be my opponent? I don't mind if you both take me on at once.
Oni-chan, I'll fight too!
Stay back.
Why?
Watch from there. And this time, understand what I wanted to teach you.
Oni-chan!
Are you happy with this, Aurora?
I shall be your witness. If you defeat my Miko, I promise to return you all to the Golden Land.
Assuming the Golden Land still exists, that is.
I believe in them.
That's right. Beato and all the others won't lose.
In that case, we better start with the bad news. Erika, you can make your report now. Come.
When Bernkastel snapped her fingers, Erika appeared with a bow.
Pardon me for the interruption, my master.
Sorry, Erika. How inconsiderate of me to keep you waiting when you came bearing good news.
No problem. Rejoice, my master. I have come to inform you of the complete destruction of the Golden Land.
Liar!
The Golden Land has been totally destroyed. I'm here to report that it's collapsed and fallen into the sea of nothingness. Not just the humans, but the illusions as well have been completely annihilated.
Liar! I won't believe it.
Then allow me to make you believe it. Take this, my master.
Erika humbly presented an object wrapped in cloth. It shone with a golden light.
What's this? A golden apple?
This is the heart of Beatrice, master of the Golden Land.
Beato!
Bernkastel pinched it between two fingers, held it aloft, and gazed at it.
Even like this, it's still beating. You're so cute, Beatrice. The game board that you are might be opened again by someone. You still believe that, don't you?
It's okay, Oni-chan. We didn't see Beato get defeated. This is some sort of trick they're using on us. A trick to make us lose our morale. Or maybe it's a trick of Beato's. She changed herself to pretend that she'd been defeated. There's no way that Beatrice, that everyone, that the Golden Land could be destroyed.
That's true. If the Witch of the Future believes that, you might be able to make it so. So let me show you. Look closely, Witch of the Future from 1998.
Bernkastel threw the golden heart into the air like an apple. Then, with the blood-red blade of the scythe that appeared in her hand, she split it.
Beatrice died in October of 1986. Therefore, the Golden Land she created was completely destroyed. Your family that was kept alive in the Golden Land was destroyed along with it. Your father, mother, and of course Battler will never return to you again, and will never speak your name again. The Witch of the Future has the power to interpret things how she pleases and override what happened. However, there is just one fact that she can't overwrite, no matter how much she struggles. And that is death. You cannot overcome any concept of death, be it physical or mental. It is the single blade of truth with which witches of the past can strike down witches of the future.
Hang in there, Ange.
But...
You decided to accept it, didn't you? You decided to live on, even if no one came back alive. Didn't you?
I know, but...
Even so, a tiny sliver of hope had remained alive in Anja's heart. Despite everything, if she was favored by some miracle, maybe someone would come home after all. It doesn't matter when. It could be 10 years later, or 50 years later.
It doesn't even matter if they've forgotten my face. I believed that someone might come back someday. And I decided to live with that tiny hope in my heart. Even though I accepted everyone's death, even though I saw it in the Book of the Single Truth, I still thought that it wouldn't be so bad to believe in a miracle. Just a little. A miracle you believe in, even though you know it won't happen, is hope. So the witch who knew that miracles don't occur had ruthlessly torn that hope away.
Don't cry.
I know. But...
Even the big brother you're crying to right now is already dead.
Oni-chan isn't dead, he's here! Right here!
Don't cry, Ange.
But...
Don't cry! At Battler's shout, Ange bit back her tears. Why does it matter? What do we of the past mean to you living in the future? Ange, what sort of witch were you?
Huh?
Whether we're alive or dead means nothing to you.
That's not true. I want you to live.
That's not it. You can go beyond life and death, right? Ange didn't understand what he was telling her. So, stunned into silence, she frantically considered what her brother might be trying to say. Battler slowly lifted his face and stared at Bernkastel. And you aren't a witch. You're a reaper.
That's right. I have the sickle that reaps all hope and miracles. So I must be what you say.
You're a reaper who stole away the hope that kept Ange alive and lured her towards death. You're the one who threw about the truths of the past, stealing the future from Ange's eyes and forcing her to look only at the past. And you're the one who thrust the hope-crushing single truth in front of her, gently pushing her from behind as she, of her own accord, took that step from the skyscraper roof off into the world of nothingness. But now, I'll free Ange from the spell that you represent. Ange won't be trapped by the curse of the past anymore. She'll step forward into the future, but not into the emptiness of the abyss that you're trying to lure her into. Ange will live strong in the future starting in 1998.
Humans are wretched creatures who walk into the future while staring back into the past. That's why they easily plummet into the pitfalls and flip over like comical fools.
Come, Bernkastel! A witch of the past like you can't block the radiance of the future.
Yes, let's go. Let's follow the rules of your game. I'll give you some closed room riddles, but since I'm short-tempered, heavy-handed, and easily bored, I'll give you all of them at once.
Whoa. Bernkastel in empty space, what will she do?
She's T-posing.
Yeah. Bernkastel spread her hands, and it seemed as though a halo or angel wings were spreading out behind her. Each of the countless rays that spread out from her were the blue streak of closed-room mystery blades. Bernkastel, who had traveled the Sea of Fragments for many, many years, had gathered these countless closed-room mysteries as souvenirs from all over the place. All of those rays twisted at once and aimed towards Battler. And it was as though infinite giant snakes had turned their heads to stare at him.
If you fail to shoot down even a single puzzle, then this is goodbye. I'm not as forgiving as Beato, who gave you until October 5th at midnight to give your answer. If you don't answer immediately, you'll die.
In other words, this was no mystery. This wasn't an intellectual game, but a merciless assault.
Die.
All at once, hundreds of guided lasers known as mysteries shot at Battler. The complex geometric figure drawn by those blue lasers was nothing but divinely beautiful. Each one was a mystery. Trying to solve each one in this oppressive hailstorm would be like threading a storm of approaching needles. Battler flew freely through this vast space, dodging the beautiful blue streaks of mystery as he shot them down one after another. The entirety of the mystery knowledge he had built up before this day told him the answer to each puzzle. Each time his eyes glowed with one answer, one of the mysteries shattered. However, each mystery was only one out of hundreds. This hardly rose to the level of opposition or resistance.
Oni-chan, it's impossible! Run!
There is no unsolvable mystery, just like there is no inescapable fate.
Oni-chan!
Watch, Ange. Don't miss what I'm trying to show you. By now, the bundle of mysteries looked like one giant snake with blue streaming behind it. Battler skillfully dodged it, precisely splitting its many fangs off one by one. Even though he knew his resistance was useless, like trying to pick up all the grains of sand on a beach one by one.
Not bad. Classic mysteries were your specialty, right? Then what about twists on the genre? Let's see if you can handle more and more mysteries from all times and places.
Even though Battler was still fighting the giant snake, wings appeared behind Bern once more. And they gave birth to 7 more huge snakes. It now looked like a great dragon with 7 heads.
Ushiromia Battler. It's true that you're a very avid reader and an expert on the mystery genre, but you're still young. There's a limit to how many books and mysteries you could have read. Learn that this world is filled with countless riddles and tricks that you've never heard of. Oni-chan, you can't do this anymore. Please just run away. You can't beat Bernkastel.
Battler's expression remained calm. However, his whole body was covered with sweat, and he was breathing hard. It was clear that he couldn't overcome this onslaught, even though Battler himself refused to admit it. Battler wiped away his sweat and fixed his gaze on the 8 snake heads that surrounded him in 3 dimensions. Ange, you believed that someone from your family would come back someday. Lived that way for 12 years, and then lost your spirit. For a time, you surrendered to the miracle that refused to happen.
That's...
In that case, if I want to see you off as you try and step forward into the future, I mustn't surrender to a miracle myself.
That's right. But I'll still harvest your miracles and hopes. All of them, without mercy.
Gotta stop falling for evil women. What was now an 8-headed dragon opened its 8 jaws. It looked for weak points from all angles, hoping to swallow Battler in a single gulp. He wouldn't be able to dodge any longer.
Ange-san.
I forgot you were still here.
Yeah, she's just hanging out.
If you're expecting a miracle, then I have some bad news for you. Byato has now been completely destroyed, and it's even been announced in red. Do you know what that means? Since Byato has been destroyed, the Golden Land has been destroyed as well. That means that everyone has vanished. In other words, you no longer have any friends who can conveniently show up and save you from this pinch.
Byato has been destroyed, and that's been confirmed in red. Therefore, no one else could come to rescue them. Even Eva was a resident of the Golden Land. After bravely breaking the key's seal earlier on, she had probably hidden away somewhere. However, now that Byato had been destroyed, all of the residents of the Golden Land had met the same fate as ice under the sun. Any fate hopes Ange might have that Eva was hiding in the shadows, ready to save them from this final pinch, had been completely crushed from the moment Bernkastel smashed that golden heart. There is still one person who can fight, though. It's you, Ange. There was no one left to save them from this crisis. She couldn't hope for the appearance of any new factor that might save her brother. And what about Ange herself? She could only watch from where she stood.
If I help, will I be able to bring about some kind of miracle? But I don't know that much about the mystery genre. I've only watched Byato's game fragments, gathering some basic training on how to fight. At best, I can avoid slowing him down, but I can't protect my brother. But I can't just watch. Oni-chan, let me fight too!
Stay back! Just keep watching. And think.
Think about what?
Go back to how you felt at the very beginning. Back when you were 6 years old. When it all started.
How I felt
when I was 6.
You've lived for 12 years looking for the truth. But that's not your real greatest wish.
My greatest wish.
We prepared this final game to protect that wish and that hope. Unfortunately, you've wasted that chance. So you'll have to abandon that hope as you step forward into the future. But even so, if there's still strength in your heart, you can still have it.
Have what?
Remember, your very first wish. Even after learning the single truth. Remember.
The single truth. Even after learning the heartless truth. That everyone is dead and no one will come home. Remember. Remember your very first wish.
Oni-chan!
There was a cataclysmic flash as brilliant as the birth of a sun. All of the palely glowing snakes ran through Battler. He was stained red, surrounded with a cloud of blood. Then he stumbled, and in the end, he looked at Anja. Anja couldn't say anything in response. The light in Battler's eyes faded, and, slowly, his body began to fall. It reached the ground and gently landed like something settling on the ocean floor. Anja rushed towards him and saw the last expression that would ever cross her dead brother's face. His eyes were open wide, filled with an unwavering determination until the very last second.
Was Anja-san ever that good at mysteries?
She's nothing compared to Battler.
The waving snakes raised their heads and surrounded Anja. Anja had no blades to fight with. She could only cling to her brother's dead face, saying his name over and over.
This is a surprisingly boring ending. I guess that's checkmate.
Remember, Anja, magic is real. The 8 snakeheads all attacked at once. Anja held her brother's dead face, thinking about his final words.
My very first wish. It could only be one thing. That everyone would come home. That fueled my life for 12 years, until I finally wore out and abandoned my own hope. In exchange for the hope I'd abandoned, I began searching for the truth. Then, at the end of the truth, I was forced to see a brutal ruthlessness that I didn't need to know about. And as a result, I was faced with the true despair of knowing that no one would come home. That final hope, which I still felt attached to even after abandoning it, was crushed. The single truth. If only I didn't know that, I might still be able to hold on to that faint hope. But now,
you can still have it. If there's strength in your heart, you can still have it. Remember, your very first wish. Battler was coughing. Impossible. His whole body had been pierced, and he had been completely dead. For him to cough would be too much of a miracle to be possible.
What? Why? Battler died. So why? Why was he revived?
Battler rose to his feet slowly. Though blood still dribbled from his mouth, his expression was fearless. However, Ange didn't stand up. She kept sitting, her head lowered. Well, that was a nice warm-up. Shall we get started, Bernkastel? Time for round 2.
What in the... Why, my master? The dead can't revive.
Impossible! Battler died! How can he revive? Oni-chan is alive. I've used the red truth. I've announced the Battler died, right? So, why? How did he come back to life? Even if the whole world says he died, I'll be the one person in the world who believes Oni-chan is alive. And someday, he'll come back to me.
That's right. As long as you hold on to that hope, none of your miracles will ever be destroyed.
How dare you stand before the Witch of Miracles and claim to understand them? Swallow them, grind them up, erase both siblings. No!
You can't erase us. Okay.
Even
luck.
if the whole world refuses to accept it.
Miracles will happen if we continue to believe.
Yeah, it's probably the smoothest way to do that.
The 8 wriggling snake heads transformed into a massive whale jaw and swallowed everything.
There will be no miracle. You can't open your heart to anyone who exists. So die!
You're wrong.
Everyone will protect me.
The cruel whale of mystery that tried to swallow everything was gouged deeply by a massive wedge. This deeply pounded wedge could only be used by those who had a talent and deep love for mysteries.
That trick's such a cliche. I read and got bored of that one ages ago.
The woman who stood back to back with Battler, launching stakes, was very, very clearly.
Be it so? How? I announced your death with the red truth. And what is this red truth of yours? The red truth is absolute, a perfect truth, which no one can overturn no matter how hard they try. Even if the whole world gets together and denies the truth about my family, even if that's forced in front of my eyes as the single truth, I won't acknowledge it. After all,
Anja slowly rose to her feet. Around her, the shapes of people slowly appeared, and they also rose to their feet. One after another, a whole crowd of them. They were Anja's family, her relatives, everyone from Rokkenjima. That wasn't all. Everyone from the Golden Land and all of the illusions appeared, and, following Ange's lead, they rose to their feet. Then, all of them glared at Bernkastel.
Even if the whole world denies my hope, I won't abandon it. I won't abandon my certain hope that everyone's alive. And I found something. I found how I'll live as a witch.
Weren't you just a witch of the future? Just a powerless witch who could only shed tears of regret for the past?
I'm the Golden Witch, Ange Beatrice. I am the Golden, the Endless, and the Witch of Resurrection.
You found it, haven't you, Ange?
Yeah. Thanks, One-chan. After all those long years, I finally found it.
I always knew you'd be able to find it.
Thanks, One-chan. I've understood what your last game was trying to show me.
Disappear, stupid delusions! I can't accept something like this!
Everyone will be with me for eternity. No matter how many times people try to kill them with the red truth, I'll reject it. Everyone will be revived for me no matter how many times it takes. I am Ange, Witch of Resurrection. Your red truth can't lay a finger on my world.
Ange, or rather, Ange and her family, and her friends, all fired off golden streaks at once. They were the same as the marks left by Bernkastel's great snakes. However, the glow inside these was gold. Then they wriggled, combined into one single mass, and transformed into an eagle that now had 2 wings. It wasn't one-winged anymore. Thanks to Ange's absolute willpower, the Golden Eagle had gained the wing it needed to fly into the future. Those spread wings made Bernkastel and the whale shrink back. The Ushiromiya Eagle never looks back.
And it never gives up.
The Golden Eagle easily swallowed the blue whale with its wings, grinding it to bits. And it didn't let the whale's master escape either. It was now Bernkastel's turn to run. Bernkastel didn't fight the Golden Eagle. She couldn't. In this world of Ange's, where even the Red Truth couldn't hurt anyone, what sort of attack could affect her? She frantically ran this way and that, throwing one wedge of Red Truth after another at the Ushiromiya family.
Ushiromiya Kenzo is dead! Ushiromiya Kraus is dead! Ushiromiya Natsuhi is dead!
She repeated this over and over again, but no one fell down. Ange wouldn't accept it, so they couldn't pierce anyone.
Is this sort of endless 9 even possible? Even if the Red Truth... Even the Red Truth doesn't work? Just what is this Gold Truth? What kind of Gold Truth could defeat Red Truth?
A believing heart. This is our consensus. Your Red Truth can't pierce any part of the truth that we acknowledge and share.
So long, Bernkastel. This time, it's really checkmate.
I won't accept something like this.
I won't!
A massive golden eagle finally swallowed Bernkastel whole. It then slammed into the vast ceiling, and there was an incredible explosion accompanied by an earthquake. From the cracked ceiling, along with many falling chips, a single black cat plummeted and slammed against the floor. Erika ran up to it, repeatedly calling out to her master, hugging it. Then she realized that it was still breathing, and simultaneous expressions of relief and shock rose to her face.
Don't worry. I won't let you lay a finger on my truth. But in the same way, I won't lay a finger on your truth.
She looks like a wet mop.
Call it a good scolding, free of charge.
Beato, don't act too cozy with my big brother. I still haven't accepted your relationship, got it?
It was quite bold of you to revive me, fool. But it's too late. My charming subordinates and I shall torment you until the day you die. And I'll make you watch Battler flirt with me every day.
Okay, that's kind of weird, Beatrice.
What?
Oh, that's pretty convenient. Looks like this resurrection magic has an off switch.
What? Wait.
Beato kept appearing and disappearing like a light bulb, turning on and off. Ange seemed to be enjoying herself.
Battler, Ange's being mean.
Go easy on her, Ange.
Sure. If you say so, honey-chan.
Ange, you're incredible. Ryu!
Ange-sama, congratulations on becoming a witch of resurrection. This way we'll all be with you forever.
Yeah, that's right. We're all here. The anti-magic toxin doesn't matter one bit. You'll be with me for all eternity.
Nice, Ange. Well said. Everyone surged forward, squishing Ange. They tried tossing her into the air, but dropped her onto her butt, and everyone laughed. Ange looked a bit resentful, but when her brother lent her a hand, she got up and joined the circle of smiles. A quiet applause greeted them. Featherine, their witness, had acknowledged their victory and was clapping for them.
Splendidly done, Lady Ange Beatrice. In celebration of this miracle, I bestow upon you the title of Lady. The tale you weaved was quite entertaining. There is no need to be so hostile. I am congratulating you.
Featherine smiled serenely. Then, the cat overlords broke their positions in their constellation and lined up behind her. It was clear that this was not only a peaceful action, but part of a solemn ceremony.
You have defeated my Miko, and I thank you for sparing her life. As you can see, she was my cute pet cat, who never ceased to save me from boredom. If she died, boredom would overcome me as well.
The true strength of this being, who referred to Bernkastel as a pet cat, had already been made clear during her fight with Lambda Delta. Even so, Ange spoke.
I won't forgive you for killing Lambda Delta.
My, that doesn't sound like the words of a witch of resurrection. Can you not revive her whenever you wish?
Huh? I can revive her?
It's okay. I'm sure that Lady Lambda Delta has been revived somewhere, thanks to your power. There's no need to worry. Indeed. She has already been moved to the audience seating I prepared for her.
It all paid off, Lambda. The gambit worked. You got to see the happy ending.
Yeah? Do not fear. I shall take good care of her.
Uh-oh, never mind. Sorry.
Really? That's wonderful.
Anja finally relaxed and let the tension leave her whole body.
Well now, Battler, you are now the sole game master of your final game.
True. That cat of yours looks like she's out of the running.
Perhaps you should carry on with the final ceremony of your game. My Miko is as forgetful as a cat, but she can sometimes be as persistent as one. I suggest getting it over with quickly.
Yeah. Okay, I'll follow your advice there.
I shall be your witness and record a detailed account of it all.
The final ceremony. So even this game is about to end.
Battler nodded silently. Then, he stepped out from the crowd and motioned for Anja to follow him. As Anja passed by each member of the Ushiromiya family, they cheered her on, giving her words of encouragement. Battler took out the golden key and handed it to Anja. It now had the same glint it had possessed when he had first given it to her. Whoa! Then, two doors appeared out of thin air on either side of them. Do I need to save?
It'll be soon. Might as well do it now.
Yup, yuppity yup. They had a stately design, making the importance of this choice clear.
Am I supposed to pick one without any hints?
Of course not. I'll give you a hint. By now it should be an easy puzzle. A simple puzzle with two answers. And you'll choose your answer by opening one of the doors.
I see. Okay. So this is a continuation of that Halloween party. I fell asleep during that party, didn't I? I'm glad to finally wrap that up properly.
Oh, that looks weird. Beato, come forward.
After all, you fell asleep before you got to my puzzle. I'm glad I now have a chance to tell it.
Sorry about that. Sounds like it'll be pretty tough.
You'll be fine, Ange.
I wonder about that.
Prepare yourself. It's a tough one.
Calm down, Anja. It's an easy puzzle. Don't you remember the first thing your brother told you? About how to choose the best possible option?
Battler, you're giving too many hints. This is the triumphant return of Lady Ange, Witch of the Future. All you have to do is watch over her.
True. Then I'll hand it over to Beato. I'm counting on you.
Indeed. Then, let us begin.
Oh, okay.
Anja gulped, then stared up at the witch's face. The witch held out her left hand, bringing it close to Anja's face. Then she slowly spread her fingers. Why is left hand purple?
Look carefully at my palm. I'm not hiding anything, correct?
Yeah. There's nothing there.
Watch closely. I'll make a fist. And then stretch out my index finger.
She stretched out her index finger and held it right in front of Anja's eyes.
Watch the tip of my finger closely. Ready? It'll be fast.
The witch rapidly lifted her index finger high into the air, pointing at the heavens. Just as Anja looked up to see the finger raised high, it swung down as though trying to dodge her gaze. In that manner. Up, down, left, right, and left again. Anja, feeling as though she'd lose if she couldn't keep up with the fingertip, swung her face this way and that, looking serious. And the witch's hand moved faster and faster. Anja didn't lose track of it. Then, after the high pointing finger was swung all the way down all of a sudden, the index finger curled up again, and the hand was held in a simple fist.
Ready? I'm going to open my hand.
And the witch slowly opened her right fist. And there was a cutely wrapped candy.
Got it?
Yeah.
Was this a trick or magic? That is my puzzle for you.
Go ahead, Anja. Give your answer. Is this a trick or magic?
I know. I know what the answer is.
The witch showed that her left hand was empty. She made a fist and waved her hand around. When she opened her right fist, there was a candy there. Well now, was this magic or a trick?
All right, buddy.
Hmm.
Which one was it?
How simple. I didn't think it would be this simple.
This is what it all boils down to.
We've been down a long road.
Mm-hmm.
And it may not be the same for everyone. It may not be understood in the same way. It may not be expressed in the same way. But I think if there's one thing that Umineko has taught me, over a year of playing it, with all of you here to watch, on this long journey we've been on, it's that magic, most certainly, is real. If your answer is magic, open this door. If it's a trick, then open that door.
I had already decided upon my answer. This is my answer. I walked over to the door that represented the answer I had chosen. Then, I put the golden key into the keyhole and turned to face everyone.
The Ushiromiya eagle never looks back.
That's right. Sorry. I gripped the key tightly and twisted. Then, the key in the door flashed brilliantly and slowly faded away. Beyond the door was a strangely colored space. If I step into this, I'll reach the future I chose. Before taking that single step, I spoke without turning back. The Ushiromiya eagle never turns back, so I won't turn around. But I'll say this. Thank you, everyone. But this isn't goodbye. I'll always be with you all.
Yeah. You won't turn back. But we'll always be standing behind you.
That's not what I mean. Despite it all, I still believe, I'm positive, that everyone will come back.
Anja.
That is good. Ange. I look forward to the day when we all meet again.
Ange, my adorable granddaughter. We may be away for some time. Here, don't forget this. It's your prize from that quiz party.
The doll.
Mm-hmm.
Yup, the stupid Beatrice doll. A gold butterfly flew over my shoulder, landed on my palm, and turned into a Beatrice doll. This was lying next to me when I woke up on the sofa, wasn't it? This was my prize. Take it back to the future with you, and treasure it. Thanks, everyone. I took a step forward into the future. I won't say goodbye, so see you later. We'll always be together. The wind brushed against my cheek. I slowly opened my shut eyes. I must have had my eyes closed for a very long time. Even the sparkles below me seemed blindingly bright. It was a strange world, with a sea of stars beneath me. The wind was cold. However, it told me that I had returned to reality. I was standing with one foot outstretched over that starry sea. How long have I been here? Time has probably been stopped for me ever since Bern lured me forward when I was about to take that step off the ledge. I slowly pulled my foot back in. Then I leaned against the fence and sat down. The sky was far away, but so was the ground. The whole time I've been in this sad place, so far from both of those worlds. I can't go to the sky. In that case, I have to return to my world. And the elevator is probably the way to go. I've done enough skydiving. Yeah, there really is no chance. No chance of me jumping down from here and surviving by some miracle. Some Witch of Miracles has already guaranteed with certainty that such a miracle won't occur, after all. Then, I finally noticed them. It was the guards President Okanogi had assigned to me. They were approaching the fence with forced smiles and sweat dripping down their faces, trying not to startle me. That's right. I gave these guys the slip before jumping off, didn't I? Did you think I was going to jump? Well, that's, Sorry. If I jumped, I guess you'd really catch it from Okanogi-san. Do you want one?
Oh, yeah, I'll do
Okay.
it. Ange-san, it's dangerous there. For now, please come back to this side.
Let me stay here a bit longer. It's okay. I won't get any sudden ideas. Do any of you have a cell phone?
Yes.
I want to talk to Okanogi-san about something. Would you mind calling him?
The guards looked at each other, then rushed to take out their cell phones. They were... Oh,
They were worried that I might get annoyed and jump off, leaving them to take the blame.
The president has picked up. Here.
Thanks. Hello, Okanogi-san. Yeah. Sorry for calling all of a sudden. No, it's excellent news. A bit of an early Christmas present. I'm giving all of the Ushiromiya group to you. That's right. In exchange, I have a few things I want. As she gazed down at the sea of stars spreading out on the ground below her, Ange spoke. She spoke of how she would live from now on. Ushiromiya Ange's strange and mysterious adventure ends here. But my life will continue. After all, there's already something for me to do. I am Ange Beatrice, Witch of Mariage Sorcière. Ushiromiya Ange just fell from here and died. I am the witch, Ange. I'll live as a witch.
Is that gonna be it?
Nope, there's more.
No?
There's a good bit more.
Wow!
Well, okay, I'll say a little bit more. But it's all heavy hitters. And so, your game ends.
As Ange opened the door and vanished from sight, the residents of the Golden Land disappeared as well. Afterwards, only Battler could still be seen. He had now done everything he could for Ange.
Close the door. Wasn't there some rule to be followed when closing the door?
Oh! Ava Beatrice jump scare.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. The rule said that you needed 2 people to close it.
Hey, Aunt Ava.
I told you to stop talking to me like that, like I'm an old lady.
The two of them stood to the left and right of the door that Ange had vanished through.
Ange, find happiness in your future.
After all, we'll always be with you. Then, the two of them held their hands out in front of them. As they did, a door popped into existence and closed. Then, the door itself faded away.
And now we have completed our role.
Yeah. This marks the end of the piece's purpose.
You have worked hard, both of you. And with this, I shall clean up your game board and put it away.
Slowly, the world melted. At a glance, it looked as though the city of books was starting to fall apart. But that wasn't it. Battler and Ava's world was being cut off from the city of books. The world broke apart bit by bit, and the ceiling would rapidly fall in soon. Probably fall in soon.
This is goodbye, Battler-kun.
Yeah. See you later. And someday, I'll leave Ange in your hands, Aunt Ava.
At least at the end. Try calling me Ava One-san, would you?
You're still here? See you later, Erika. Somewhere. Someday.
Both Ange and I were witches of truth. So, just what was the difference between us?
Yeah. What could it be?
I was a witch who endured and withstood the truth. But I turned my back on that truth. However, even after she learned the truth, she continued to believe in her own truth. If she was a true witch of truth, then what kind of witch was I?
That's right. You aren't a witch. After all, you're the detective.
Good though. I'd forgotten.
We'll meet again, someday. Wherever there's a crime, the detective's sure to be there, right?
Yes. When another crime occurs in the Ushomiya family, I promise to appear.
So long, great detective.
So long, my rival. I look forward to the day when the two of us can cross blades again.
Those were the final words the two ever spoke to each other. Well, I guess a lot of that goes out the window of seeing each other again, huh? A terrible roar and a cloud of dust blew by, covering everything. And then, everything vanished. Nothing remained. Battler and Ava were both gone. The city of books was wrapped in silence.
It's all over. Yes, great Lady Aurora. Take care of my pet cat. Now I shall go too. There are some things that must be cleaned up in this world as well.
Ah? When Hachijo made her announcement, everyone fell silent, thinking they had misheard her. Before too long, though, the crowd exploded with a shower of questions about what she meant by this. That's too cruel!
You can't do that after dragging us along this far! Madam Hachijo, we have come far from and wide to see it, yes? How can you do this now?
I will say it again. I've changed my mind. Ushiro diary will not be made public.
A fraud! This is all a fraud!
Was it really Ushiro Maeva's diary? Are you sure it wasn't a fabrication you created?
You think you can get away with something like this? Show us the book!
Children of men can be so hideous. Neither you nor I have the right to read what lies in there. However, now that I think of it, this has been quite an entertaining show. Children of men who disturb the sleep of the dead and spread rumors for their own entertainment can be quite amusing at times like this.
1 second. Not that. I think I okay, we're good. I thought I had a hotkey again.
Oh.
I did not.
Let us go, Bern. I have had my share of entertainment for the night.
A black cat jumped onto Hachijo's shoulder, and she disappeared off the side of the stage, the Book of the Single Truth in her arms. Only the angry yells of the massive crowd remained.
That wraps up a lot, but there's still a few hanging chads.
And so, the people began to lose interest in Ushiro Maeva's diary, doubting whether it had even truly existed. Though the weekly magazines were in an uproar over the scam Hachijo Toya had pulled, some began to openly wonder if the Rokkenjima mystery itself was an indiscreet desecration of the dead.
Oh. It's probably me. I'll say it.
I don't think a little thing like this will allow Rokkenjima to rest in peace. However, it did create an atmosphere where people were slightly more hesitant to openly show interest in the Rokkenjima mystery. An unopened...
You can take it if you want.
Alright.
An unopened cat box is eternal. Rokkenjima will probably never find peace. However,
Even so, compared to how it was before, life will surely be easier. Because, as the years pass, the dust will slowly pile up on it where it lies in the depths of oblivion. At the bottom of the deep sea known as the depths of oblivion, the cat box of the witches will probably get slowly buried as the years pass.
Featherine
No.
threw a single golden rose into that sea, an offering to let the cat box rest in peace. With the tale of that golden rose, let us mark the end of this long story. In the darkness, there was a massive roar and an earthquake. When it passed, dawn began to rise over the endless night.
That's what I think it is. I think it is.
The third day, October 6th, 1986.
Never seen this one before.
No. Where am I?
We're in the wreckage of an old submarine base. Don't you remember?
It's where it all started.
The place where we first met, 2 generations ago.
Sounds pretty romantic if you put it that way. Battler and Beato could be seen in the ruins of Rokkenjima's underground submarine base. The cave's mouth pressed open to the sea, and the gentle sound of waves drifted in along with the cries of the seagulls. It seemed that the typhoon, which had closed off the island for 2 days, had finally gotten bored and gone away. Beato went down to the shore and lifted up a large sheet. Beneath it was a motorboat. Of course, it wasn't from the time of the war. It was modern.
Pile this up on the boat. Careful, it's heavy.
Whoa! This is a gold ingot. I thought they all got buried.
I thought something like this might happen, so I snuck this one out beforehand.
It's the one from the very beginning that Grouse had! The single heavy gold ingot was dropped into the boat. I'm not sure how much this is worth by itself, but it must be quite a lot.
Have you ever driven a motorboat before?
You're joking, right?
It's easy. I'll teach you.
She wasn't used to this, but after several mistakes, Beato finally got the engine started.
If you go out that way and hop from island to island, you'll see Nijima before too long. Then you can just land on a sandy beach.
Aren't you coming?
I cannot. I am the master of the Golden Land. I cannot leave this place.
What's to be gained from staying?
What's to be gained from going?
Let's live.
I cannot. I've already committed countless sins in countless worlds. The number of lives I have taken, the number of sins I have committed, is far too great.
But you haven't committed any sins in our world.
No, that is not true. Go. Go while I'm still in a good mood. Otherwise, I may seal the island in a storm again.
Battler suddenly spun around. When Beato turned around to see what was going on, her body was suddenly lifted into the air. It's what happened with Kenzo and Beatrice. Then, I'll take you back as a souvenir from the Golden Land.
Let it go! This isn't safe!
Come on, don't freak out. Listen carefully, Beatrice.
What?
I'm going to kidnap you.
But
As Battler quietly gazed at her with serious eyes, Beato was lost for words. If you've sinned, then I've sinned as well for making you do it. So let's carry your cross together.
Battler,
As long as I live, I'll carry your cross. Let's leave the Golden Land, you and me, together. Beato was now too shocked to say anything at all. Then, tears poured from her eyes, and she covered her face. Battler gently set her down on the boat. He undid the mooring ropes. Now, there was no longer anything tying this boat to the island. Let's go. Controlling the boat as Beato had taught him, Battler slowly guided it out. When they passed out of the dimly lit cavern, they were immediately struck by the bright rays of the sun and surrounded by a crowd of white seagulls. As the seagulls flew this way and that, the feathers they dropped in the water seemed to celebrate the boat's departure. The brilliant sunlight told them that they were now free of the island's curse. The sky, now freed from the seal of the typhoon, seemed too bright to be real. Feeling hot, Battler took off his jacket. It was swept away by the wind and danced through the sky. However, instead of panicking, Battler just smiled as he watched it go. Beato also watched it go. No. She watched the island go. Rokkenjima, and the golden land she had spent 1,000 years in.
will I be able to live?
You will. You won't have a magical butler, but there's all sorts of useful stuff out there. There's no ends to the things you couldn't find on Rokkenjima. I'll show you what the world's like.
Will I be able to live?
Beato repeated the same words again. Battler knew what she meant. However, no matter what answer he gave, he wouldn't be able to resolve her problem now. However, there was a way to resolve it. Time. And the heart. Little by little, bit by bit. Like a chain being cut by falling drops of water, he would have to sever the curse of the island gradually over a long period of time. It might take a long, long time. However, someday, she will be free. That's what I believe.
I am a sinful witch who toyed with hundreds of deaths on that island. Your world is too brilliant for me.
No. You will live. I answered immediately and forcefully. If you think you need to atone for hundreds of sins, then keep on living and living. Live as hard as you can with everything you've got. That's the only way you can atone.
Is that truly the only way to atone for my sins?
That's right. And you'll definitely be able to do it someday. Trust me.
But,
Come on. Don't look at me with those teary eyes. It's embarrassing.
forgive me. Then, at the very least, would you close your eyes?
Why should I? Hey, your face is pretty close.
Foolish man. You ought to be cursed for taking the witch away from the Golden Land. That's why you must close your eyes. It's embarrassing for me, too.
As soon as Battler shut his eyes, soft lips covered his. I'm gritted like a schoolyard kid right now, man. I can't. Then they slowly drew back. He tried to open his eyes, but just got slapped.
Don't look. I told you not to look at my face.
Come on, what's there to lose?
You have no delicacy. Don't open them. Not yet. Why? Because I want to kiss you again.
The next kiss was on his earlobe. Hey, quit it. Now this is getting really embarrassing. He knew he'd be hit again if he opened his eyes, so he resisted with his eyes still shut. Then, after sighing and tickling his ear, Beato spoke in her usual cheerful, bullying voice.
Sorry, Battler. I'm a terrible, atrocious witch.
Yeah, I know. You're an evil, cruel witch.
And so, I cannot atone for my sins. After all, I'm the sort of witch who can cackle over hundreds of deaths.
You're really something. You know that? But you wouldn't be you otherwise. He accidentally opened his eyes. And when he did, the witch was nowhere to be seen. The Golden Witch had vanished, like a dream, or an illusion. And so had the single ingot they had carried with them. Battler jumped straight into the ocean. And so he made it. The witch looked up at Battler, a faint smile on her face. He couldn't hear any words, and yet he heard clearly.
言ったろバトラー
Whoa, voice!
わらわは極悪な魔女だから罪など償わぬと生きてなど償わぬと
Battler desperately spoke back, however, his words only floated out of his mouth as bubbles. As she sank into the inky blackness, Battler chased her with all his strength. And then, his hand.
愚かなバトラーよせっかく島を生きて出られたのにそなたはそれを投げ出すのか
俺はお前を離さない。
気持ちは嬉しいぞだがわらわは幻想の住人そしてそなたは人間帰るべき世界が違うのだわらわは幻想へ帰るそしてそなたも自分の世界へ帰るがいい
All around them, it was getting darker and darker. The pressure increased, and their heads and ears began to throb. Battler's finger began to slip, and then at last, their fingers separated. At once, Battler rose towards the world of light. The witch sank towards the world of darkness, torn away by a powerful force. The witch saw Battler's body rise towards the shining surface and relax.
さよならバトラーそしてありがとう
She saw Battler's body begin to speck and disappear in the world of light. The witch slowly closed her eyes and allowed herself to fall into the world of the abyss, a world of endless illusion. And then she felt something, but that was impossible. After all, Battler had already disappeared into the distance, and yet this was Battler. Battler who had chased
逃
the
が
witch
すかよ
here.
お前は俺だけの黄金の魔女だ。
バカバトラーバカバトラー
お前が望む奈落になら俺も一緒に落ちよう。そこが虚無の世界ならばお前と一緒に消えよう。だが消える最後の瞬間までお前は俺のものだ。
The two hugged each other tightly. Fate didn't try to tear them apart again. And so the two became one and sank into the abyss
そ
together.
して何も見えない真っ暗な世界でぽっと輝きました。それは温かい黄金の輝き。それは黄金のバラでした。
それがふわりと純白の無垢な砂が敷き詰められた世界にたどり着きます。そこには白い砂に半分埋まった小さな箱
それは静かな海の底で安らかに眠るベアトリーチェの猫がその上にふわりと 黄金のバラは舞い降りるのでした。
それは深い深い海の底のお話。真っ暗な真っ暗な暗闇の中にほのかに輝く黄金のバラが眠っているというとてもささやかな物語。
1998. There's a square. I see a square next to the 19. Okay. A black luxury car was parked at the rear entrance of the skyscraper. Men wearing suits were packing a heavy-looking attaché case into its trunk. Oh god, I was this guy, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Let me handle all the rest. We'll take care of all the complicated details.
I'm counting on you. Aunt Eva trusted you more than anyone, so I'm sure she's glad this is all in your hands now.
Out of the building came Ange and President Okonogi. Ange's expression was peaceful. It was hard to imagine that this was the same person who had always looked so dark in Okonogi's eyes. In her later years, the company president was very ill. I imagine that she said some fairly harsh things to you, but I don't believe she truly meant them.
I know. Even I said things I shouldn't have on my bad days.
You've changed.
You think so?
I thought you'd never forgive the president as long as you lived.
You're the one who taught me, Okonogi-san.
I did. Did I say something?
Without love, the truth cannot be seen.
Did I really say something that pretentious?
It's been a long journey. It really has been a long journey. All just to understand what you told me that day.
Of course, Okonogi understood. He understood that in her heart, this had been a long and profound journey. Contact me when you decide on a new home and account. I won't let you want for anything.
Any problems with the Sumadara family?
Leave that to me. We'll have your power of attorney as our rallying point. Thanks to that, the Ushiromiya Group is a united front. Because of what you did, Anji-chan, the business built by the former president has been protected. I truly believe she'll be joyful at your decision.
I'm just putting all the hard stuff on you.
When the great President Ushiromiya Eva passed away, the Ushiromiya Group was shaken. There was no clear successor, so the group had been in danger of splitting. After that, everyone had been waiting to hear what Ange would say, since she had inherited a large portion of the group's stock. However, Ange had shown no interest in any of this, and had gone around talking about things like selling all their assets and donating everything to some charity, which had shaken the group even further. There had even been a chance that an outsider, such as the Sumadara family, would interfere and destroy the Ushiromiya Group. As disturbing as it may seem, some had wished for the source of all this trouble, Ange, to disappear. However, Ange had undergone a change of heart, deciding to do what was best for the Ushiromiya Group that Eva had built up, and the worst-case scenario had been avoided. Okonogi had been named as Ange's legal guardian. By simply giving him her trust, Ange now had in him the most reliable ally possible. Okonogi himself had certain plans he would carry out based on the knowledge that Ange trusted him. Okonogi, who had carried great responsibility in the Ushiromiya Group thanks to his position as Eva's closest confidant, was the most natural choice to be Eva's successor for the top spot, and thanks in part to his ability, everything had now been wrapped up smoothly. This way, the Ushiromiya Group was secure. The Ushiromiya Group had been the only thing still tied to the Ushiromiya name other than Ange herself, so she might have thought of it as her final link to her family. You know, you're free to come back anytime you want. We have a chair set aside just for you.
Thanks. Just knowing I have a place to go back to. Means I can set off on my journey in peace.
What are you gonna do from now on?
I'm going to become an author.
An author? To write novels?
It doesn't matter what. It could be novels or picture books. If I have any skill at drawing, maybe I'll do manga. What I do doesn't matter. As long as I can share my heart with someone.
Sounds like you've set a noble task for yourself. I'll be praying for your success.
Thanks. If I manage to publish a book, I'll send you a copy.
I look forward to it. The car's trunk was closed with a clunk. Apparently, all of her luggage had been loaded. Ah, yes. Allow me to introduce you to the driver. He's a protege of mine. He's trustworthy, and you can rely on him for anything. Oh, and he worked as a guard for the old president for many years, so you might recognize him.
As long as it isn't Amakusa.
Achoo! The man walking out of the driver's seat sneezed. Now that hurts, lady. Amakusa, what the hell have you done to her?
Well, he was always the most flippant of Aunt Ava's guards. I was hoping for pretty much anyone else.
But he was also the one closest to you, wasn't he?
Well, at least listening to him talk can be pretty entertaining.
The boss assigned me to be his contact with you. If you ever get into any sort of trouble, just let me know.
And what if I ask you to go buy me toilet paper?
Then I'll pick up some tampons too while I'm out.
See? The guy's a creep.
Okanogi guffawed.
I got into the back seat.
Stay well, Anji-chan.
I guess this is the last time anyone will call me by that name.
Let me know when you decided on a new one. Okanogi patted the roof of the car. At that signal, Amakusa honked the horn and removed the handbrake. So, until you decided on a new name, I guess I'll be calling you Lady.
That's fine for now.
Okay. Where are we going? North? South?
Any recommendations?
Why don't we try leaving the main island? I suggest Hokkaido. Huge meadows, giant clouds. A novelist writing stories in a log cabin? Sounds awesome.
Great. Let's head south. I was planning to do the opposite of whatever you said anyways.
That's pretty harsh.
I'd like to go to some place hot. A town with a view of the sea.
Anja closed her eyes. Things had been pretty crazy lately, and she was tired. Understood. By the time you open your eyes, we'll be in an unfamiliar land. But it'll be a warm town with a view of the sea.
Can't wait to see what you choose.
The car got onto the freeway. It was surrounded by the great river of cars heading east and west. By now, no one could tell which of those points was the car she rode in. It's been a long time since we've seen this one. Starting today, Ushiromiya Anja would change her name and live in a new climate. Changing her name didn't mean that she had given up on being Anja. This was Anja Beatrice's mission.
I am Ange Beatrice, the golden and endless witch of resurrection, a witch of mariage sorcière, the final witch who is still alive in the future called 1998.
Wow.
That's that. But I was gonna say, you know better than I do. We're not done yet.
Ending B reached was the achievement I got.
But You can rest assured that the question mark or the tea party is not very long, and the question mark is not as long as that last chapter was, at least.
Okay. Let's see what awaits us. The story's over. What more could there even possibly be?
Good question.
True. Agree to conclude cinema. The majestic witch of theater-going drama and spectating set down her pen, looked at the ceiling, and sighed deeply. The desk was covered with a scattered mountain of paper, covered with writing. Words were packed onto the pages in a thin, high-information density language that only the great ones could read. Each letter of this language carried the same amount of information as several books in the human world. These letters filled every inch of this huge pile of paper. Surely, she had written out every little detail of some world.
Yes, I have written it all. Though, to be accurate, I have not truly written it all.
She stood up, sat down in her favorite rocking chair, and rocked peacefully for a while.
How far must one write before they can say they've written it all? That is what has bothered me in all my years of writing. The adventures of humans can be very interesting as a tale. However, even I still don't know when that adventure stops being an adventure. My old friend, who is now gone, once said that a human's life is an adventure from beginning to end, so there is never a correct time to set down one's pen. I do not agree. I think one must put away the pen at some point. I believe one should write a tale to an appropriate point, then leave the aftertaste and opinions to the minds of the spectators. In short, the tale must be put inside a cat box at the appropriate time. The cat box has been the subject of this long tale, so is it not better to refrain from writing its demise, to instead put it in the cat box and leave it there?
Featherine spoke to no one inside the empty study. Of course, no one commented on her words. However, Featherine seemed to hear something. She nodded and grinned contently.
Yes, I know. I will write a bit further, then lay down my pen. Then it will be time for us to say our goodbyes.
You know well who she's talking to.
Me. She's talking to Ryukishi. Featherine held up a finger and spun it around, a signal that she wanted to darken the room. The lights in the study dimmed.
Would you mind letting me rest for a while? During that time, my cat, or rather, my Miko will entertain you.
I'm tired of her, Featherine.
Ow, 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 ow. You suck! Can't you be less clumsy with that needle?
Shut up. If you don't want it sewn by hand, I'll use a sewing machine.
No, no machines! I want you to do it by hand, so please just be a bit more gentle. Ow, ow!
It'll get better if you spit on it.
Yeah! Don't just start licking me all of a sudden.
I think this needle should be thick enough. This'll hurt like hell, so you better close your eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Don't say that right before you start. Yeah!
She's sewing her limbs back on. But despite all this, the two of them truly were close. Though Lambda Delta had been brutally dismembered in the final fight, she had survived. But unfortunately, she was still dismembered. Yup, she's sewing her limbs back on. So Bernkastel was sewing her arms and head back on with a needle and thread. The left arm, which was still waiting to be reattached, walked around on the bed impatiently with its index and middle fingers. That's funny. Only the arms were left to do, so it looked like this would be finished soon. Then Erika returned, slamming the door open.
I'm home, my master. I bought some sesame salt. Why sesame salt? You weren't planning to put it in tea, are you?
It's Erika's toy. Erika, did you bring your chopsticks?
Yes, my master. Great detectives have their magnifying glasses. For little Erika has her chopsticks.
Are you ready? Pour out that sesame salt and use those chopsticks to separate the sesame seeds from the salt.
Yes, my master.
Dang.
Please watch my fantastic chopstick wielding skills.
Bro!
Yeah, good luck. When you're done, make sure you put everything back in the bag.
Are you still bullying her like that?
How rude. I'm playing with her. Ah, yes. Erika, the mailman just came by with a letter addressed to you.
A letter? I sense a crime calling to me. Don't tell me, I'll guess who sent it.
The postmark is from heaven. It's probably from Dylanor or someone. I'm surprised you're still in touch. Just by the presence of this postmark, see how far Bernkastel's reasoning has taken her.
Hey! You can't do that, my master! Vendine's ninth. It's forbidden to have multiple detectives.
Then you'd better get out. So long, great detective Erika.
My master, how could you? I'm Erika, Witch of Truth. I still can't tell if you two like each other or hate each other.
I think it's kind of the same thing that you two have going on, Lambda, I think.
Of course we hate each other. You're the only one I love.
How could you, my master? Lady Lambda Delta, it looks like there's not enough room for the two of us. Are you serious? Are you challenging the great Lambda Delta?
Erika grinned and grabbed Lambda Delta's left arm, which had been walking around on the bed. Oh no!
I have here Lady Lambda Delta's arm, and here is the sliced open end of her arm.
Erika grinned and wiggled her fingers menacingly.
Wait, you aren't thinking. Let's see if my rival can handle this. Yeah! Yeah! Stop it, that tickles!
She tickled the insides of Lambda Delta's left arm. Ugh. Apparently, she was extremely ticklish there. Didn't she say that at one point?
Oh.
For some reason, I'm feeling like she said at some point that she was ticklish in her arm. Like, inside her arm.
Well, it didn't say insides, it said inside. I assume it means at the elbow. At least I hope it does.
Incidentally, the open end of Lambda Delta's arm had cute, fluffy, white cotton candy poking out. I think it's
Oh my
the
gosh.
end. I think it's the inside, like the cut-off section of her arm.
Well,
Apparently, her body was made out of sweet candy, with a bit of spice thrown in. Put your mind at ease, as there is nothing remotely terrifying about this scene. Thanks.
I'll take it then.
Erika ran around, screaming,
Oh, okay.
I've defeated Lady Lambda Delta all by myself, just like my master.
Lambda Delta growled and hissed at her. Bernkastel kept on sewing, an exasperated look on her face. It was a very peaceful scene. The two disaster lesbians and their autistic daughter.
True.
So, what does the letter say?
Anything about what Dylan or the others have been up to? Gertrude's son has been promoted to a full inquisitor or something. Well, good for her. Yay. Ooh, in addition to her cat, she's got a meow wolf now, too.
A what?
You heard it.
What's a meow wolf?
What, you don't know? You're so out of touch. They've been all the rage lately. Even I got a female meow wolf a few days back. You can make awesome completo with them, too.
I'm totally lost, but I'll make sure I stay far away from your homemade food in the future.
Cornelius-san is... Oh. During an Inquisitor exam, she found that she's really good at fighting, so she started combat training.
Whoa.
Pretty hard to imagine her doing that, right? Well, there's all kinds of combat training. What's she doing? Looks like kickboxing and Chinese kenpo.
If you could see the surprise my face morphed into.
Could that be Ava's influence?
I'll bet she'd fight pretty good standing on one leg.
The slight sprite change is really funny.
Good point. After all, she's been trained pretty well by a certain someone already. It also mentions Wilson. Ah, there's a surprise. Looks like Wilson hit it big on the foreign exchange market, and now he's living a life of leisure on the income from his real estate investments.
What?
Sounds like he started playing badminton lately, too.
And here's the two disaster gays. Here's the...
I'll bet he has a hellish coach.
His butt's probably swollen by now.
So, what about Delanor?
As usual, she's stamping things, sealing things, approving things, and sometimes even signing things. She humbly asks us to stir up a crime in her district, since she would get assigned to it personally.
Well, why don't we? Crime sounds fun.
They say crimes occur wherever the detective goes. One of these days, if I feel like it, I might drop by to bully her. Oh, and there's also something here about the Shyster Sister Corps.
Wait, I don't want to hear it all at once. You've got to pause a bit for dramatic effect. Okay, that'll do it.
I finally grew my right arm back. Do the left one now, please.
Let's have some tea first. Erika, bring in a can of black tea and a pot of dried plums.
Yes, my master.
With this particular journey over and done with, the Voyager witches rested their wings. It was all so that they could leave on a new journey, in search of the next fragment. A short break between trips, backdrop by the pleasant scent of black tea.
Where are you going this time?
If you go north, I'm heading south.
Then if you go east, I'm heading west.
I hope we can find another charming tale like this one.
Next time, I hope you aren't playing the villain again, Bern.
You do? Being the bad guy was pretty fun.
I wonder, what kind of tale we'll find next?
And what kind of tale we'll next meet in?
To a pair of lovers, the Sea of Fragments is tiny.
Children of Paradise.
The Sea of Fragments is pretty huge.
Ghost in the Shell.
We'll meet again. When something else cries.
Sounds good. Let's do that.
We will meet again when something else cries.
The happy voices of the witches faded into the distance. So long, everyone. See you again when something else cries. I'm gonna cry.
Yeah?
I'm gonna... Still got a question mark.
It's
to get through,
almost over, indeed. I'm gonna make sure it kicks you out to the menu. Okay. I know we're almost done, but like I need to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
un moment.
Man, guys, it's over. This is it. This is the last little bit right here that we're about to go through. I can't believe it. I'm really melancholic. I kept saying I was gonna be, and I am. Well, this isn't gonna be the last of our Umineko content, if you guys are all worried about that. We actually, I was probably gonna announce it after stream, but this is probably a good time to announce it. Look at that. That golden sun. But yeah, no, we are going to be doing... We thought we'd have a little fun thing after Umineko's over. We're going to be doing a tier list stream where we tier list the characters. We have not determined by what metric yet we're tier listing the characters, but that's what we're going to be doing on Thursday. So tune in if you just want to like sit down and have a little post-Umineko fun with us for that. I am going to do a little sneaky while he's away, and I'm going to look in the tips. There's no episode 8 tips yet. We're going to have to look at that after everything's over. I want to know what ending A is, which is it's a trick ending, right? But at the same time, I don't know if we should do that on stream. I'll ask him what is different about the trick ending, and if it's drastically different, I might go back and play it on my own at some point. But if not, I might be content to just let it be. But, gosh. Although I do need to do it to get the achievement. But achievements are achievements. Man, I feel like I'm just sitting here like on the beach with all of you right now, just looking out at the golden sun. I'm assuming that's it rising for dawn too, because it said that a new dawn broke. Cat boxes forever shut, and there are infinite possibilities now. So in my headcanon, everyone got to be happy and live. Oh, do you care? Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry, Onklid. You saying that reminded me. We did plan on doing a fighting game stream at some point, too. That's right. So, yeah, no. I mean, I've absolutely loved this experience. Again, Pertusa experienced it before me. This was my first time playing Umineko. This was fantastic. This was like one of the greatest games I think I've ever played. One of the best stories I've ever experienced. So you can not doubt that like anytime we get a chance to do something Umineko related in the future, we'll probably take it. At least I will, and I know Pertusa will probably be up for it as well. So yeah, no, we do plan on doing a stream of the fighting game. Might not be a stream, actually. It might be a video. We're not sure yet. But just stay tuned for that. That'll come eventually, within the year, at least. Don't know when it'll happen necessarily. But, yeah. And then eventually, although it will probably be a while from now, we are going to play Higurashi. So we're not done with Ryukashi's works yet. We're going to go back to the original, which is Higurashi, and play that, although that's going to be an entire different boat from Umineko. I don't know what we're going to do about Kokonia, because that's not done. So we might not play that until it gets finished, and right now it's on hiatus, which is the other Ryukashi work. But, for those of you who are curious about, like, oh my god, Umineko's over, what are they going to do now? Because he just said they're not playing Higurashi immediately. What are they doing? Well, we have decided, Pertusa and I, and we've mentioned this a couple times, that we think this sort of visual novel-esque thing that he and I have done with Umineko is going to be like our recurring thing now on the channel. So we're going to play games that are kind of similar to that. So the next thing that we think we're going to probably tackle is the first Danganronpa game. I don't know if we're going to do all 3 Danganronpas back-to-back or if we're going to break them up as well. But at the very least, the next thing on the docket after Umineko is going to be Danganronpa. But presumably we will have at least one stream after this that's more Umineko, because we're going to do the tier list. And then maybe, depending on what we decide to do, we might do the fighting game. And then we'll have to see. We might take a break for a stream or something. I don't know. It just depends on circumstances. But then we're going to be getting into Danganronpa. So for those of you who are Danganronpa fans, or if you aren't, and you've never experienced Danganronpa before, tune in and join us, because I've never played Danganronpa. So once again, this will be a brand new thing for me. That's kind of the dynamic that we have going on here. Is Pertusit's the veteran, and I'm the new guy.
I've returned.
I was just explaining what we thought we were going to do after Umineko.
All right.
After being a little sentimental with chat for a moment, but...
Of course.
We have a question mark to get through.
I was going to say, you ready to end it? This one's a little longer than that tea party was.
That's fine. I wouldn't rather be anywhere else right now.
Yeah.
After decades!
Mm-hmm.
Holy moly.
Which, by the way, there's a point... I don't know if it's gonna do like what it did with the Beatrice Battler thing and just take over or not.
Mm-hmm.
But in Fear, I would like to. Can we can increase the voice volume
Okay.
when I give you the sign?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to remember how to do that. It's just I go here and then go to system, correct? And then I go.
I think it's options
Yep,
there.
you're right. Go to options. Yep. Okay.
Okay.
It was the largest banquet hall in this huge hotel. This kind of looks like that one hotel we went to in St. Louis.
Yeah,
The
it
many
does.
guests that filled the room clattered and applauded the person receiving an award trophy on top of the stage. It's gonna be Ange, isn't it? Yep. The sign in front said, Awards Ceremony from Japan's Greatest Publishers. But it's not gonna be Ange, it's gonna be Hachijo Toya. And now,
Is it?
I would like to begin the novel category. The winner is that fantasy adventure novel we all know so well, the story that started a worldwide movement that continues to grow in leaps and bounds. God. Sakutaro's Great Adventure! Or is it going to be Maria?
No.
No? Is it going to be Sakutaro? No, okay. The projector in front of the audience showed a brief summary of the series. It was a lengthy fantasy adventure novel that was already more than 8 installments long. Oh, you're longer than Umineko. The thrilling fantasy story told of the adventures of Sakutaro, a cowardly Vegeta lion who makes his friends, learns through his experiences, and grows in search for the one fragment. The one fragment!
True.
The main character's catchphrase, oh my god, it literally is a One Piece spinoff. I'll become king of the beasts, was even one of the candidates for Buzzwords of the Year award. If this is decades later, this is like now. This is...
Yeah.
It's either now or it's like the mid-2010s. So it's... We're reading this, Produce It. We're watching the show as it's happening.
Mm-hmm. Live stream.
In addition to it being a thrill to read, the books also contain many messages for children to learn from. Earning it high praise, it's an adventure novel that parents and kids could equally enjoy reading together. However, it hadn't received such praise from the beginning. For the first 6 volumes, it went almost entirely unnoticed. But last year, when foreign translations of the series began, it got its big break and suddenly became a huge topic of conversation. Oh my god, it literally is, because it got translated and then the Western audience picked up on it. Even before this series, the author had created quite a lot of works, but none of those achieved any public acclaim. However, after this sudden rise in notoriety, her previous works were being re-evaluated one after another. In that sense, it's probably fair to call her an author who went unrecognized for quite a long time. Miss Korobuki,
Oh,
congratulations on your award! I pressed 0 again. Okay, that's
0.
fine.
oh gosh. Okay. Your latest Sakutaro Goes to the Witch's Island was truly an excellent read.
Publishing company executives repeatedly showered her with praise. Sakutaro's Great Adventure. The author's name was Korobuki Yukari. Nearly all of her royalties were sent to a fund to support needy children. And she herself had served as the director at several protective institutions. Some envious people tried to call this fake charity, but the more the people learned about her, the more those voices withered and died away. Korobuki Yukari. By now, that name rang loud and clear across Japan. She sat in a chair, cheerfully chatting with the people who came to greet her. Last year, she was diagnosed with the initial stages of cancer, and after the surgery, her physical strength dropped sharply. Because of this, even in this stand-up awards party, she was given a chair and sat down while greeting people. Some people lamented, saying if only she had been 20, even 10 years younger, she might have left her mark in history as one of the greatest authors in the 21st century. She can't do that in her 40s? She can't. It had taken so long for her to receive the praise she deserved. I don't think you being young means you're not hallmarked as a great author. I don't. She could no longer be called young. Even so, her determination to write had not wavered in the slightest. The story had gone around that even during her stay in the hospital, most of her time had been spent typing away. She always said the same thing: that she hadn't finished telling everything she needed to tell. Did she mean that she hadn't fully completed Sakotaro's great adventure? When that question was asked by a journalist, this is how she answered. If, by writing even one more book, I can teach just one more child... Sorry. I'm choking up a little bit. I can teach just one more child how to find happiness, then I will spend the rest of my life writing every book, every page that I can. Because I still haven't fully conveyed the precious teachings I was given.
Miss Korobuki, congratulations on your award. I hear the movie adaptation has been getting splendid reviews as well. If you keep this up, you might even pass up Harry Potter's record.
I didn't realize. Harry the Potato. It was the name of a fantasy series that had become a worldwide hit. I didn't realize until after I said it out loud.
Yeah.
Is this me?
Oh, you know who this is.
Am I certain?
I mean, I assume you're certain. It's the... We saw her off moments ago.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your kind words. It's more than I deserve.
What the heck? Oh, I forgot to tell you. My name is X, head of Company X's first editorial department.
It's an honor to meet you. I hope we have a chance to work together sometime.
Actually, Miss Kotobuki, I apologize for being abrupt, but have you heard of the novelist known as Hachijo Toya?
Hachijo Toya, you say?
She remembered that name from several decades ago. She hadn't expected to ever hear it again.
Do you know that name? Have you met Hachijo by any chance?
No, I have not. I did go to visit once, but I was an unknown back then. And since I suddenly barged into the publishing company office, it's hardly surprising that I was refused an interview.
Oh, I didn't know that. Could it be that you're a fan of Hachijo's work?
No. I just wanted to find out what sort of person she was.
I see. Well, the truth is, about that novelist, Hachijo Toya would like to meet with you discreetly.
To meet with... me?
Yes, not as a formal interview, but personally, off the record. If you're interested, we would be happy to arrange the meeting. But of course, this has nothing to do with work.
Hachijo Toya wants to meet Korobuki Yukari. Just like how I realized that Itoi Kukuro was Hachijo Toya, did she use my name to figure out my identity? The Rokkenjima mystery has been called one of the greatest social phenomena at the turn of the century. That uproar, which dragged in enthusiasts from across the world, suddenly subsided after an event held by Hachijo Toya, where she was going to unveil the diary of Ushiromiya Eva, which contained the truth. Though she had set up the event herself, she then outrageously disappeared without releasing the contents of the diary, drawing harsh criticism for doing so. However, a very, very obvious feeling had been revived in the public sphere, that they had been prying into a terrible accident with many victims purely out of curiosity. And so the frenzy surrounding the Rokkenjima mystery had faded away quietly. Hachijo Toya. No, Itoi Kukuro. She caught the public eye as a forger of Rokkenjima mysteries. She claimed to have reached the truth and released groundbreaking works of fictions one after another. She became famous as the driving force behind the Rokkenjima mystery. After realizing that Itoi Kukuro was Hachijo Toya, I went to her publishing company to ask for an interview, but I didn't get one. At the time, I despised her. Back in the beginning, I thought she might have used the Rokkenjima mystery as a publicity stunt to advance herself, but now I feel a bit grateful to her. If she hadn't refused to show the diary in such an outrageous way, the Rokkenjima cat box might still be the plaything of countless goats. She was indeed a forger who had toyed with the cat box, and I still had an uneasy feeling about her. However, at the same time, she was the only one who, practically speaking, allowed Rokkenjima to rest in peace. And did she really reach the truth? How had she reached something that seemed infinitely close to the truth, even from my perspective? Even now, after all these years, that's something I've wanted to know.
What do you think, Miss Kotobuki? Of course, this is not an urgent request. I was told to tell you to take your time in making your decision if you wished.
I understand. Does Hachijo Toya live near the city?
I was told that a meeting near here would be satisfactory at any time.
I see. In that case, can I ask you to arrange a meeting for us in a quiet coffee shop next Sunday?
Yes, as you wish. Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe Hachijo will be delighted as well.
I have one condition.
Yes, whatever you say.
I am not going to discuss business, so please refrain from sending anyone from the editing department.
But of course, we will do as you say.
Madam Hachijo and I will meet alone, just the two of us. Can I count on you to keep that promise?
Well, as to that, we would, appreciate it if you kept this quiet, but...
What is it?
Well, the truth is, the works of Hachijo Toya were written by two people. To the outside world, those books were written by a single female author, but there is actually a second author, a male one. The pair of them asked for a chance to meet you.
Having it be a male is not what I expected.
As soon as I heard that, I felt a premonition. How had Hachijo Toya, a person with no connections to the Ushiromiya family, managed to write about it in such detail? I was already feeling a premonition of a certain kind of miracle. When I left on my journey, I abandoned the name of Ushiromiya Ange and stepped into my new life. By now, things have settled down. But when the Sumadera family was still a threat, I wanted to distance myself from that name. Thanks to that, no one was able to get in touch with the new me anymore. However, now that Sakutaro's adventure has caught the public eye this year and made the name of Kotobuki Yukari famous, maybe it finally reached his ears. I used to play with a lion stuffed animal called Sakutaro along with Maria One-chan. If those who knew this connected the name Sakutaro with my name, then it's only natural that they'd figured out who I was. The number of people who would be able to recognize me from that was very, very small. This person was also well versed in detective novels, and a man. I could only think of one person who matched. After all, I knew just how many detective novels he had piled up in his room from the time when his effects were gone through. It was almost the time we had arranged for our meeting. My heart was racing, almost like a girl in love for the first time. At the very instant that the arranged time came, I heard the sound of the chime on the door, and they appeared. There was a man sitting on a wheelchair, and a woman pushing him.
Whoa.
My eyes immediately fixed on the man in the wheelchair. And right away, I saw the traces that remained on his face. There's no doubt about it. He's my brother. My brother, Ushiromia Battler. When our eyes met, he gave a little bow. I hurried to my feet and bowed back. It was somewhat exaggerated and a silly way for a pair of siblings to greet each other after several decades apart. However, my mind was already blank. The miracle I had waited for all this time was now a reality.
Are you Miss Kotobuki Yukari?
Yes, I am. And you two must be Hachijo Toya.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you very much for letting us borrow your precious time today. My name is Hachijo Ikuko. I am mostly in charge of the actual writing. This is Toya. He mostly handles the drafting.
Though the woman who called herself Ikuko was far older than me, she seemed to be unbelievably youthful. It wasn't because she was good with makeup or dressed like a younger woman. It feels strange to say it. There was a strange mystique about her, as though she was immortal and never aging. Then I quickly remembered that she had introduced my brother as Toya. Pardon me for asking, but are you two married?
We are not married, but we have been together for a long time.
True. Looking back on it, it really has been a long time.
My brother smiled as he spoke. When I learned that, at least for him, those long decades hadn't been a period of isolation and loneliness, I felt an incredible sense of peace and relief. Before I knew it, he was staring back into my face. Well, I was just 6 years old the last time we met. It must be hard for him to find any traces he can recognize. However, I'm sure he'll recognize something just the same. We kept stealing glances at each other and looking away like a couple on a blind date. We were both at an age where outside appearances mattered to us. Even though we both knew, we wouldn't let our polite exterior falter. This humorous exchange was extremely embarrassing. I thought it would be a fated reunion, that we would hold each other and sob tears of gratitude together. However, reality seemed to be different. But that's fine. It feels like my heart will explode with happiness.
Let's take our orders. Is coffee okay? What does everyone want?
I'd prefer something that isn't so bitter. How about you, Miss Kotobuki?
Oh, I don't mind. I guess I'll have cafe au lait. How stiff we're all being. Even my brother seemed to be finding it amusing by now.
Well now.
When she said that, my brother and I fell silent and sat up straight.
Should I start? Or will we start with you, Toya?
I'll go first. I'm the one who pushed so hard for this meeting, after all.
As he spoke, he watched me calmly.
I came here today thinking that you might be a certain person. Her name is Ushiromia Ange. When I read your works and heard your name, I was sure that you were her.
That's right. How long it's been since I last used that name. My true name is Ushiromia Ange. I gave the exaggerated bow that I'd gotten so used to these long years. We've both aged, haven't we, Oni-chan? I whispered this in my heart. Now it was my turn. With a quick apology, I fished around in my handbag and took out a photo. It was...
Oh, sorry.
It was a picture from a trip I'd taken to an amusement park with Battler Oni-chan. I had many other pictures of us having a good time, but this one had the best shot of his face. I looked between him and the photo. There was no longer any room for doubt. Mr. Toya, your true name is Ushiromiya Battler, son, isn't it? The hands of the clock inside me stopped. I wanted him to answer with a yes. Even though I was already so sure, I was still about to burst with the tension. And then, when that instant that seemed far too long ended, my brother answered.
That's right.
Unconsciously, I stared at my brother's face. With unbelievable quickness, he acknowledged that he was Ushiromiya Battler. My eyes immediately filled and overflowed with tears. I took out a handkerchief and wiped them away, but I couldn't hold them back. Oni-chan was alive after all. So why didn't he come back to me right away? If he had been there during my darkest days, it would have meant so much to me. Normally the thought would have made me curse my brother, but by now, even that emotion was softened. After all, now that I was faced with the miracle of being reunited with Oni-chan, everything I'd felt before fell away with my tears. At this moment, I was happy. I was never alone. I worked so hard for decades with that belief in my heart, and now, I've finally been rewarded. By now, I couldn't even stop my tears. For some time, I continued to sob and sniffle. Watching this, my brother hung his head apologetically. Why didn't he come back to me sooner? It looked as though he was feeling regret for that. But I'm sure he had some sort of reason. He's probably here today to tell me about it and apologize. Already, just by him introducing himself to me today, everything inside of me has been washed clean with tears. I'm sorry. I must be embarrassing you.
No. It's only to be expected. For several decades, you've been waiting all alone, believing that your family would return.
I did believe. I believed you would come home. Oni-chan. I held out my hand weakly, and my brother slowly held his out too. Then, I gripped his hand. Regardless of how many long years had passed, it was, without a doubt, my brother's hand. Once more, I had to struggle to hold back the tears. Aunt Eva avoided the explosion accident by escaping to Kuwadorian. How did you escape the accident, Nissan?
On that day, I escaped through the underground passage.
The one that goes to Kuwadorian?
I was told that an underground passage led to a hidden mansion on the opposite side of the island. However, the place we escaped to was a submarine base, not Kuwadorian.
I don't know why my brother entered the underground passage on that day. At any rate, he went into the underground passage, and unlike Aunt Eva, he escaped to the submarine base. There, he escaped the explosion and survived.
After that, I got away on a motorboat. However, it must have capsized somewhere along the way.
It must have?
Please forgive him. Toya suffers from memory loss. His memory from around the time he was drowning in the ocean is hazy.
Could it be that he forgot he was Ushiromiya Battler for a while?
That is correct.
Yes, that explains nearly all of the riddles. My brother escaped from the explosion, but either his boat capsized during his escape from the island or he fell overboard. Afterwards, he must have drifted somewhere, wandered about half-conscious, and probably got into a traffic accident.
That's a long extrapolation, but correct. That's a...
On that day, he was lying on the road.
If she had found me even a little later, I probably wouldn't have opened my eyes again.
I believe you suspected that I was the one who hit you for quite some time.
Hey, I've already apologized for that.
This explains pretty much everything. Either because of the time he nearly drowned or because of the traffic accident, my brother's memory was damaged. His memory probably came back eventually. However, by that time I had already set foot into my new life as Korobuki Yukari. Only a handful of people, including President Ogonogi, knew where I was. Even if my brother wanted to contact me, there was a very good chance he wouldn't be able to. Ironically, the name I abandoned when I decided to live in the future delayed my reunion with my brother for so long. In that sense, I am responsible. I did it to myself. However, I'm sure I received the message my brother sent me. That message was Itoi Kukuro. I realized that Itoi Kukuro, the forger who claimed to have reached the truth, was actually Hachijo Toya. Then I requested a meeting with her through the publishing company to question her about why she was so sure she'd reached the truth.
Jesus, they just dropped something upstairs above me, oh my god.
Huh.
However, I wasn't granted a meeting. In the end, I heard nothing from them, and it's taken all these decades for me to meet Hachijo Toya. If the publishing company had only passed my message on, we could have been reunited so much sooner. However, at the time, I was just a bourgeois girl who liked to throw money around. Why would they pass on my message when I just barged in with no introduction and demanded to meet the famous and popular Hachijo Toya? We probably crossed paths several times. If just one of those had worked out, if we had been able to meet, just how much would my life have changed? But this was fate. God had decided that a few decades were needed before this sibling reunion. And during that time, my brother became one half of a mystery novelist. I became a writer of adventure novels for children. You could say that we achieved success in society. My brother and I were reignited after becoming successful. Now I could do nothing but thank God for bringing about this miracle. Maybe it was God's will that we would be reunited after achieving success as novelists. Back then I was nameless, so I never got through to you. We've met now because we've both become famous as authors. I think all of this was God's will.
At the time, we heard through the publishing company that you wanted to have an interview with us. They said that a fan who discovered Itoi Kukuro's true identity wanted to talk to her.
You must have had dozens of fans dying for an interview. You couldn't possibly go to meet all of them.
No. They let us know that your name was Ushiromiya Ange. At the time, I had already realized that Toya's true name was Ushiromiya Battler, so I thought you should be given a chance to meet him.
I refused.
My brother said that to me. What did you say?
I refused. Because I didn't want to meet you.
Once more, my brother spoke clearly. I was completely confused. I could only sit there in shock and silence, waiting for the words that were sure to follow.
I believe I already mentioned that Toya suffered from memory loss. And then, one day...
Why did you refuse when you knew it was me? I cut through Rikuko's words and questioned him directly. What reason could my brother have for rejecting me? I couldn't think of anything. That unpleasant emotion brought up long-forgotten feelings of anger inside me. You must have known that your little sister was living all alone, being crushed by loneliness. So, why? Why did you refuse to meet me? My brother hung his head. It seemed more like he was lost for words than apologetic. There was nothing shy about his appearance, and I questioned him again in an even louder voice. When I asked for an appointment with Hachijo Toya, Itoi Kukuro was already famous as a forger. Why did Itoi Kukuro's forgeries reach the truth? It's obvious. My brother Ushiromiya Battler explained to her what happened on the island in detail. So the appearance of Itoi Kukuro proves that my brother's memory had returned. Therefore, he can't excuse himself by saying that he didn't remember me. In fact, in reality, he didn't try to make excuses. On the contrary, he openly said that he refused to meet me, even though he knew who I was.
Looking back, I regret what I did.
You regret it? Did you ever try thinking about how I felt? For decades. For most of my life. Do you realize what feelings I had to live with? Various emotions swirled inside of me. I realized that I wasn't in control of them anymore. I could only moan to prevent myself from saying something I'd regret.
I feel deeply ashamed for doing something so cruel to you. That's why I've searched for you ever since then. For your sake and for mine, I should have met you much earlier.
Then why wouldn't you meet me then?
Miss Kotobuki, as I said before, his memory was damaged. No, perhaps I should say that his brain was damaged. It's an after effect of the accident.
But his memory came back just the same, didn't it?
Yes, his memory came back. However, that did not remove the after effects of the damage.
I have Ushiromiya Battler's memories. However, because of the damage to my brain, I can't think of those as my own.
Can't think of those as your own?
Yes. It's true that my memory of my escape from the island is still hazy. However, I've remembered almost everything else. Like how those pink hair ornaments of yours that you treasure so much were something I won for you at the game corner in that amusement park.
Yes, that's right. They're a treasure from when I was a child. I still keep them with me in my handbag.
I remember a lot more besides that. I remember you giving Mom trouble because you hated eating seaweed. I remember that you tried to move it to my plate and trick her. And when...
If you remember that much, then why can't you think of those memories as your own?
That's the result of the damage to my brain. I've been to several hospitals, but it didn't do any good. You probably can't understand it. You can't know how painful it is to have your mind suddenly filled with the memories of a man you don't know.
He was terrified that he wasn't himself anymore. His mind was filled with the memories of a man he didn't recognize, and they threatened to crush and overwhelm him. They must have been his own lost memories. However, his brain couldn't accept those as his own.
Those days were painful, terrifying. It felt like my mind was being invaded. Tonight, when I turn off the lights and go to sleep, maybe I will never wake up again. Maybe a different man will wake up tomorrow morning and start living life in my body. I can't count the nights that this terror tormented me.
Several times, he tried to convince himself that they were his real memories. He told himself that he was Ushiromiya Battler over and over again.
But nothing worked. I am me, Hachijo Toya. No matter how much Ushiromiya Battler's memories flow into my mind, to me, they're the memories of another person. I couldn't accept Ushiromiya Battler.
As Ushiromiya Battler said this, he hung his head, and his eyes turned red.
Then, one day, when he was caught between himself and the other self he couldn't accept, he had a fit. Fortunately, his life was spared, but the after effects forced him to spend his life in a wheelchair.
You mean he... Now I know why he showed up in that wheelchair. And now I know why he refused to meet with me. He was afraid that I would call him Big Brother. He was terrified of meeting me, fearful that the part of himself that wasn't him would grow still further in his mind.
Even so, he fought. He felt that since Ushiomi Battler was inside him, it was his responsibility to meet you. Thinking that, he kept on fighting in the space between his two selves.
And then he had a fit. After something like that, it was only natural that Ikuko would tell him that he didn't need to remember Ushiromiya Battler anymore. Bit by bit, he tried to forget that he was once Ushiromiya Battler. Doctor's instructions and medication. With that and Ikuko's diligent care, he slowly began to regain his peace of mind.
Even so, I thought I would have to meet you sooner or later. To be honest, I didn't get a wink of sleep last night. I was scared of meeting you. If I met you, would I die? Yes, I was afraid. However, here I am, talking to you normally. That's why I regret what I did. If only I could have met with you earlier. You and the Ushiromiya Battler inside of me might not have had to suffer all those years. Just thinking that makes me feel so sorry.
As the one who was once called Ushiromiya Battler said this, he broke down crying. I already understood. So, it really was true. Ushiromiya Battler did die that day. After all, didn't the witches say that he was dead so often with the red truth? How pathetic for the Witch of Resurrection, the Witch of the Future who swore that everyone would be together always. Toya-san, please, raise your head.
Miss Korobuki.
They realized why I had called him Toya-san. By calling him by that name, I felt the agitation in my heart subside a little. Thank you. You must have suffered so much. Thank you, Mr. Toya. Thank you, Nissan. Thanks for pushing yourself so hard to come here today. Holding hands, we brought our foreheads close and cried together for a while. Then, we talked of the old days. He remembered many things vividly, even things that I couldn't remember myself. Each time, they made me cry even harder, and he hung his head apologetically. I realized how much this hurt him, so I kept nodding in encouragement with a strange look on my face, something between a sob and a smile. Even if he isn't Ushiromiya Battler, my Oni-chan came back to me. Welcome home, Oni-chan. It had already gotten dark outside. Even though he had come from far away, he was willing to stay as late as this. We left the store. It's probably best if I don't meet with Mr. Toya again. It will cause him pain, and of course I'll find myself bound to the past again. Even so, just one more time. There was one place left I felt I had to show him.
Give me a second.
Mr. Toya, would you mind meeting with me just one last time? There's a place I need to show you.
Sure, I don't mind.
From my handbag, I pulled an invitation written on a folded-up piece of A4 paper. The pair of them spread it out.
My. Now this looks like a splendid event.
Come to think of it, you've been involved in a lot of things besides novels, haven't you?
Would you lend me your time just once more on that day? That way, I think both me and my brother will be satisfied. I think it might also be a chance for you to free yourself from the weight of my brother's memory, Mr. Toya.
I don't believe we have any plans for then. As long as we can finish the afterword for the book.
Okay, Miss Korobuki. We'd be happy to join you.
Thank you, Mr. Toya.
Just a little bit left.
The cold October night was a reminder that winter was approaching. The two people who called themselves,
This is just the narrator, Hachijo Toya, visited the city once again by Ange's invitation. A car stopped in front of a large building. Ikuko unfolded the wheelchair with a practiced hand, lent a shoulder to Toya as he got out of the passenger seat, and helped him into the chair.
It looks splendid.
The Fukuin house. Wow, I never thought we'd get to see it from the outside.
Yeah.
It's my first time coming here, but I know it well. I believe it's the institution for children that was funded by the Ushiromiya family.
Madam Ikuko, Mr. Toya, allow us to welcome you to the Fukuin house.
They were welcomed by Anja and some staff members. This was the Fukuin house, a welfare institution for unfortunate children who had lost their parents. In the past, this institution had been established thanks to Ushiromiya Kinzo's support. However, that support had been interrupted and the Fukuin house had been forced to shut down for a time. Decades passed, and now the institution would be revived. Revived? Oh, sorry, it's hitting me. Revived by the hand of Korobuki Yukari. It's a pleasure to see you again, Miss Korobuki. Thank you for inviting us. The two of us want you to have this. It's not much, but I hope the children enjoy it.
That's not the reason I invited you here. My apologies.
Don't worry about that. The tales of the future are always woven by children. After all, without them, the tale of humans will not continue.
Children are treasures. So please, let this be useful.
Thank you very much. We have a form for donations, so if it isn't too much trouble...
The Fukuin house had been drastically remodeled in recent years, in the hopes that children would one day be able to remember this as a fun place. Anja used her own money to massively remodel it into a beautiful establishment. By now, she had accumulated a lot of wealth as a novelist, but even without that, she had been saving the tens of millions of yen she got from the Ushiromiya group each year under the name of living expenses. This money had been used generously to help the children. When they came into the entrance hall, a cheerful scene was spread before them. There were pictures and crafts created by the children. Every corner was filled with things on display. The contrast between this elegant building and the school atmosphere was amusing. The yells and laughter of kids running around drifted in from the distance. I imagine that many of the children come here hanging their heads in sorrow. To think that they could laugh like that. You really have done something great.
Anyone can use magic to create a future and find their fragment of happiness. This is a witch's school for teaching that magic.
The Witch's Dormitory from Sakataro's Great Adventure?
Oh, how embarrassing. So you've read it too?
We read straight through it we read straight through it after our last meeting. I really must bow my head, not only to your talent as a writer, but to your warm heart.
How embarrassing. This way, straight to the end.
Pushing Toyo's wheelchair, we advanced through the corridor and reached the great doors at the end.
The happy voices of children came from the other side. Apparently, this was where tonight's party was being held. There were several jack-o'-lanterns cut out of origami. Tonight was the Fukuin House Halloween party.
It's hitting me, man. Just wait, you got a little bit more.
Here you are, Mr. Toya.
I see. So it's trick or treat.
He was handed a bag filled with candy. A teacher warned him in a small voice to watch out for rampaging children.
Children. Haven't had anything to do with them for years.
Please tell the children stories of dreams. All of us welcome guests here.
That's tricky. What should I tell them?
When you're handing in your manuscript, choose your publishing company wisely.
Don't pay any attention to reader polls.
Then I'll open the doors. The children are waiting.
Ange opened the large double doors.
I'm okay. I'm not.
This is...
At the sight of the hall, Toya opened his mouth wide in wide-eyed shock.
This was the Great Hall of the Ushiromiya Mansion. No, that's impossible. This is definitely the Fukuin House. But its hall was just like the one in the Rokkenjima Mansion.
What a splendid hall.
This is a replica of the hall in the Ushiromiya Mansion on Rokkenjima.
Yes, I've reproduced it as well as my memory would let me. The details might be wrong, though.
No. This really is the hall of the Ushiromiya family mansion on that day. And then, Toya's eyes fixed on something at the other side of the room. It was a portrait of Rokkenjima's other master. It's exactly the same as my memories.
The artist hired by Ushiromiya Kenzo to paint the portrait had a photo. I had him draw it again, based on that.
I was simply frozen in shock. The long, large table was filled with Halloween party food and surrounded with children stuffing themselves. The teacher said, "Everyone, we have guests." The children all looked at us at once, then stood up and ran forward. Their broad smiles at the arrival of this long-awaited guest enveloped me. The smiles and eyes of the children welcomed me. Yeah, I know. I know. All your faces.
Wait, okay.
Huh?
Do the thing. Increase the voice volume just in case.
Okay. Thanks, Beatrice.
And then you can send it.
It's been so long. Far too long. I'm finally here. At last.
お帰りなさいませ。
遅いではないか。
お待ちしておりました。
おかえりバトラー。おかえりなさい。
元気そうだろ。
バトラ君。
おう、元気そうやな。
おかえりなさい。
ウリュン、おかえりバトラ。
みんな待ってたわよ。
おお、バトラさん。
ようやく主賓の到着ね。
おかえりなさいませ。
おかえりなさいませ。
バトラ卿。
おかえりなさいませ、バトラ様。
おかえりなさい。
よう、遅いぞバトラ。
待たせすぎよ。待っていました、バトラ君。
やっと来たか。
待っていました。おかえりなさいませ、バトラ卿。バトラ卿に敬礼。
来たわね。
おめでとうございます。
お兄ちゃん、おかえり。
Oh, God damn it.
待ちくたびれたぞ、バトラー。
すまねえ。来るのが遅れちまった。
そなた、なぜ車椅子なんぞ座っておるのか。ほら、手を貸してやるからしゃんとせい。
Beato stepped forward and held out a hand to Battler as he sat in the wheelchair. Battler slowly grasped that hand
俺は
and rose to his feet.
聞け！ここにようやく我らは全員が集ったぞ。今宵黄金鏡はここに復活する。
An explosive applause greeted Battler. Everyone was there. Everyone. Then Beato hugged Battler strongly, tightly, as though she would never let him go.
よく帰ってきたな。
帰ってきたぜ。遅くなったな。
もう話さぬぞ。
ああ。俺ももう話さない。俺たちは永遠に一緒だ。
And that's the end.
Thank you, producer, for showing me this.
Yeah. Thanks for reading. glad you convinced me too.
Oh, it took until the very end. I held it back for so long.
Yeah. That part always gets me.
Oh. Magic's fucking real. She put it in paper. Get it into a visual novel so that you can share it with everyone else. Oh my god. Okay. I'm okay. God.
There's one last thing to be seen. Not another thing we have to... Well, you have to do a little bit of reading, I think.
Okay.
But that'll be it.
Oh.
Also, you now get the privilege.
I'm free.
You can go... Well, you are done with it.
No,
but you can also...
I can look at everything now.
Oh, yes, yeah. I was going to say, you can look up the song that's playing right now, called Ricordando il Passato, and I love that one. I can't remember if you were there when I brought this up at the panel we went to or not.
There it is. There's its name right there.
Yep. Anyone that finishes Umineko goes there and leaves a comment saying when they started, when they finished, and how they feel.
Oh! I've stepped over a barrier that I cannot return over. I have knowledge now.
It's true.
And once you know, you can't unknow, you can't unlearn.
We've been waiting for you for a long time. Welcome to the Golden Land.
Oh. Oh, God.
And then, is it going to show us?
Hello?
Oh.
I offer up this tale to my beloved witch, Beatrice.
That's it.
Oh. Okay, so I have to ask you, without spoiling, how different is the other ending? Is it like greatly different at all, or does it all pretty much roundly end up at the same place?
Well, the question mark and tea party remain the same for both.
Okay.
So everything we just saw happens nonetheless.
Okay. Then
the trick.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say the actual trick ending though is very different. If you want to go back and read through it again, you can. I recommend.
I told them if I do it, it's not going to be on stream. I said that when we were away using the bathroom. So.
Yep.
This is going to be our little experience that we've had as a channel, and it's not. We're not going to do both endings. This is just going to be what we got. But I do want to look at this, because this is here now. I also talked about this after you left. We've got everything now. It's all here.
Yeah. You got everybody.
What happens if I try this? It doesn't work. It does.
That's really funny.
I just click it and it does nothing. Oh, it might just not work at all on the people in the... Yeah, I think it doesn't work at all on the people in the witch world. Let's see if it works over here. I would wonder why they would give me the... Oh, no, it doesn't.
It might be because no one died in this game.
True. No one did. Everyone's alive in the Golden Land in the end. Ah. Well.
That's it.
All right.
A year and a half down the drain. Wasted.
Onklin, I saw you say Absolute Cinema after it was all over. I'm glad you got to be here with us at the very end of it all. Thank you. You became a surprise guest on our Umineko streams all the way through the series. You stuck with us to the end right now. So, thanks for being here, man.
We hope we'll see you in our future endeavors.
Yeah, I suppose. I already told him we were probably going to do the tier list stream on Thursday, so that's what you'll see us with next. But unlike all the other streams, I don't think I'm going to say goodbye. Because we'll see each other.